Here we go. Welcome into the show. NFL free agency day 2 is underway. My name is Chase Sr., and no matter where you are, how you're tuned in, thank you so much for making today's show a part of your day. We were live for about 6 or 7 hours yesterday, and now we're back at it because the content doesn't stop, the NFL doesn't sleep, and we'll be breaking down the latest NFL news, NFL rumors, signings and trades from all across the league, as already we have seen a lot of action take place across the entire National Football League. So, if you were with us on day 1, you're with us now on day 2, you're a real one. And if you've been enjoying our coverage of NFL free agency so far, and you've been having a blast keeping tabs on the league, I want you to type me down in the comment section right now. Myself and producer Chip, we've been having a lot of fun hanging out with everybody. So let's give some shout outs to the people. And let's see how the people are doing. Dave Aldapi saying, yeah, he's pumped up for free agency. He's been enjoying it. I see Theo, Killahunter Ray, Daniel, Al, Bees, all in the chat. Fluffy Ninja, not happy with what the Niners have done as far as I can see. Wet Noodle 187, I see you in the building. Toby Ruiz, Hunter, Ayo, Broderick. I see Carol Hosey. California Keys, Chris P, D, Craig Eberly, all in the chat. Continue to get that comment section going. Reaper Life sending in a $10 super chat. And he brings up some valid points here. And it works off the heels of what I talked about yesterday, what we post here on the show, what I post on Twitter. Are the San Francisco 49ers secretly rebuilding? What they've done, kind of puzzling as compared to other teams across the NFL. Here is that super chat from Reaper Life. What if the 49ers are shedding all of the Kyle contracts and Kyle's boys because Kyle Shanahan is a lame duck, and next year Robert Saleh takes over with a fresh cap to build this team? You know, I'm always down for a conspiracy theory. I don't think that's what the Niners' thinking is here. I think that with that organizational reset and the power shift inside that front office, John Lynch has some power. Kyle Shanahan's now going to coach. John Lynch is going to run roster management, player personnel. Parag is going to handle the contracts. Jed York is going to oversee the operation. I think there are some good things that can come out of this because everybody has a clear and defined role. And I think the Niners know we missed our chance to win a Super Bowl. We choked it away in 2019. We choked it away in 2023. Now it's time for a little bit of a reset, a quick rebuild. And, you know, what does confuse me a little bit is that the Niners gave all that money to Robert Saleh. Yet, I don't think they're a Super Bowl contending team, yet they're giving him one of the biggest contracts for any defensive coordinator in the NFL. So that would signal to me an all-in move. But the Niners are far from going all in. Now, we're live on Eagles Now. We're live on the 49ers Report. We're going to be talking about all teams across the NFL. The big news for the Philadelphia Eagles this morning, of course, trading C.J. Gardner-Johnson to Kenyon Green, a deal between Philadelphia and Houston, where the Texans receive C.J. Gardner-Johnson, heart and soul, heartbeat of the defense, brings a lot of swagger, confidence, good play, leadership to that side of the ball. The Eagles also sending a 2026 sixth-round pick to Houston. The Eagles receiving a former first-round pick in Kenyon Green, who's been one of the worst offensive guards in football to start his career after he was a top 15 pick out of Texas A&M. He now enrolls in Jeff Stoutland University. Eagles are going to try to get him on track. And we'll see what Stoutland is able to do in trying to develop him. The Eagles also getting a fifth-round pick in addition to Kenyon Green. What this signals to me is that Mekhi Becton is not going to return to Philadelphia. His price tag is probably a little bit too lucrative, so the Eagles at that guard spot going to go with either Kenyon Green, if Jeff Stoutland can maximize him and get him on track, or Tyler Steen, a former third-round pick. Obviously, as part of this, the Eagles are looking ahead, and they're planning ahead. They're getting rid of some salary right now, getting rid of some salary in the future, because Howie Roseman is keeping an eye on the future. Think about how Jalen Carter is going to get paid if he continues to develop. After Milton Williams got $26 million per year, Jalen Carter's going to demand 30 to 40. Reed Blankenship is going to be due for a contract soon. You have to start to plan for Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. I think that the leadership, the level of play, is really going to be missed by Philadelphia by trading away C.J. Gardner-Johnson. But as we know, sometimes he can get a little bit odd. He can misspeak. He can pop off on Twitter. He can be a little bit of a headache. And that's why he's been on so many teams. New Orleans, Eagles, Lions, now Houston. I think the Eagles are going to miss him, but I do think at the same time that defense is in good hands because they still have a lot of really good young players and Vic Fangio as their defensive coordinator. Another super chat coming in from Al. Thank you for the $1 super chat, my man. Certainly appreciate that. And then Trigger is, hey, first time super chatter. Thank you, Trigger, for sending in the super chat saying go Niners as we are off and running. Day 2 of NFL free agency. You get those super chats in. We'll, of course, have a blast all throughout the day. My name is Chase Sr. We're so glad that all of you are hanging out here with us. I do have 2 YouTube channels of over 100,000 subscribers. I cover the entire NFL, all 32 teams I'm keeping tabs on. So that's why we're live on the Niners Report. That's why we're live on Philadelphia Eagles Now. And we'll continue to talk about all the moves, signings, restructures, extensions, and trades that other teams are making across the NFL because our job is to inform you right here on the show. Carol Hosey, we need Malachi Starks first round. That could be an option for Philadelphia, although they're very high on Sidney Brown competing for that safety spot alongside Reed Blankenship. We do have some gear that we want to tell you about thanks to our friends at Fanatics. On the Eagles front, Super Bowl gear, chatsports.com/EaglesSB. You can get your Super Bowl merchandise right now by just plugging in that link. Shirts, hats, jerseys, hoodies, everything that you need. And then on the Niners side, this Niners coaches polo was $80. It's nearly 50% off. All sizes available. I wear this polo when I do watch parties on the 49ers Report. Chatsports.com/49polo. Plug in that link and you can get yourselves swagged up and swagged out. Let's start to run through a lot of the moves that have happened since we signed off yesterday. Akeem Davis-Gaither, linebacker, signing with the Arizona Cardinals, 2-year, $11 million contract. Javonte Williams, 1 year, $3 million to the Dallas Cowboys. Wonder if that marks the end of Rico Dowdle's run with Dallas, or they could go with the Javonte Williams, Rico Dowdle backfield. I wouldn't hate that. When Williams was a rookie coming out of UNC, really good player for the Denver Broncos. Hurt his knee. That's tanked his value a little bit, but I really like the player. What's crazy is that some Dallas Cowboys fans have said Javonte Williams is going to have a better season than Saquon Barkley. Yeah, classic delusion from Cowboys fans. Dre Greenlaw leaving the 49ers, going to the Denver Broncos, following Talanoa Hufanga. Hufanga got 3 years, 45. Dre Greenlaw, 3 years, 35. He gets decent coin coming off that injury-plagued season, coming off that torn Achilles, and it's a little bit of a risk for Denver, but I like it. Vance Joseph is going to have a lot of fun with Greenlaw and Hufanga on that side of the ball. Ashton Dulin, wide receiver, signing with the Colts, 2-year deal up to $8.5 million. The Giants have been very, very busy. I don't hate what they've done on the defensive side of the ball, but they still don't have a quarterback. James Hudson III, offensive tackle, signing with New York, 2 years, 12. Chris Board, 2 years, up to $6 million. What confuses me about the Giants is that they let Saquon Barkley go, and they gave Darius Slayton more money per year than Saquon Barkley. Last year, they also let Xavier McKinney walk, and then they paid more money to a lesser safety in Javon Holland. Joe Shane's pretty desperate. Joseph Asai, 1 year, $7 million deal. Jake Hansen signing with the Texans, 1 year, 1.7. James Winchester stays with the Chiefs. He's their long snapper, 1 year, just north of $1.5 million, fully guaranteed. James Daniels and Larry Borum, 2 offensive linemen, signing with the Dolphins. The big one there, James Daniels, at $8 million per year, 3 year, $24 million contract. Chase Young getting paid by the New Orleans Saints. I don't think he's been great over the last couple of years in his career. He's been injured a lot, but New Orleans retaining him on a 3-year, $51 million contract extension. Dan Skipper, 1-year deal going back to Detroit. Big member of their offensive line and their culture. Najee Harris, everybody could have seen this coming. Signing with the Los Angeles Chargers, $5.25 on that 1-year contract. Solid back for Pittsburgh. For those of you watching on the 49ers Report, of course, he's from Northern California. Byron Murphy, huge member of that Vikings secondary under Brian Flores. He gets paid some big-time dollars. And a lot of these secondary members, they're cashing in. Murphy, one of the most recent players to get a bag. 3 years, $66 million. That's $22 million per year, $35 million guaranteed. Andre Cisco signs up to play under Aaron Glenn, that new regime, 1 year, 10. Lonnie Johnson signing with the Raiders, the cornerback, heading out to play for Pete Carroll. Robert Jones, 1 year up to $4.75 million with the Dallas Cowboys. Josh Jones, offensive tackle, 1 year up to $4.75 million. Landon Roberts, 1 year, 3 with the Raiders. Giants, another addition here. Chauncey Golston, defensive end, 3 years, $19.5 million contract. Cornelius Lucas, 2 years up to 10 to sign with the Cleveland Browns. Jordan Mason, what the Niners did was place a second-round tender on him. So if a team were to sign him, they would have to give and forfeit up a second-round pick to San Francisco. If Jordan Mason returns to the Niners, he'll play at just north of $5 million. Jonathan Allen, 3 years, $60 with the Minnesota Vikings. The Niners were not paying him that ever, and he gets $20 million per year. Javon Holland, he's getting paid by the New York Giants. 3 years, $45.3. Ifedi Melifonwu, 1 year, 4. Safety, formerly of the Lions, going to the Dolphins. Divine Diablo, athletic, 2 years, $14 million, $8 million guaranteed. He heads to Atlanta from Las Vegas. Elijah Campbell, small contract with Miami. San Francisco signing Richie Grant to a 1-year deal. It's a vetman there. Will Fries, 5-year, $88 million contract with Minnesota as they really want to bulk up in the trenches. And on top of signing Jonathan Allen, the Vikings have signed former Niner Javon Hargrave and former Eagle. Not sure what those contract details are as of yet. Marco Wilson, the corner, 1 year, $1.5 to Cincinnati. Solomon Thomas, 2 years, up to $8 million. He's from Coppell, so he returns to the DFW area. The Eagles trading C.J. Gardner-Johnson to the Texans in exchange for Kenyon Green. He's been one of the worst guards in football ever since he was a first-round pick. He missed 2 years ago due to a shoulder injury. We'll see if Jeff Stoutland can maximize him. C.J. Gardner-Johnson going to Houston, of course. Quentin Bell, linebacker, signing with the Dolphins, 1 year, $1.5. Daniel Jones, 1-year deal to play under Shane Steichen with the Colts. I imagine he's going to compete with Anthony Richardson. He gets $13.15 million in guaranteed money. Riley Dixon, the punter, 2 years, $6. Scott Daly, long snapper, signing with the Bears. Christian Fulton, cornerback, 2 years, $20. $15 million guaranteed. He heads to Kansas City. Laken Tomlinson, 1 year, $4.25. He reunites with D'Amico Ryans. Will Harris, 2 years, $8 with Washington. Mario Edwards, 2 years, $9.5. Houston, and MJ Stewart, the safety, signing with Houston as well. Do want to show you our Super Chat menu, and I want to do something a little bit different here today. So if you send in either a $20 Super Chat, $20 Venmo, or $20 PayPal, it goes toward these things. So a Venmo or a PayPal will go toward our 50-50 race. If you send in a $20 Super Chat, then you will be entered into the running for our jersey raffle. So any $20 Super Chat that comes in today is a part of our jersey raffle. Yesterday, we gave away a Niners jersey. We gave away an Eagles jersey. Today, we are doing the same thing. Elsewhere on our Super Chat menu, and of course, we'll decide the 50-50 race with a duck race, as we always do. The most exciting 60 seconds in YouTube history. Our Super Chat menu, all Super Chats get a shout out. $20, again, is that jersey raffle. $50 or more, you enter our free agency Hall of Fame, and you get in the running for a full-size Niners helmet or a two-time Super Bowl champion Eagles blanket. $100, I'll do a beer bong. $200, I'll do a shotgun. But I want to make a deal with the people. Whoever sends in a $50 Super Chat right now, I will do a beer bong ASAP as soon as that comes in. Our Super Chat battle yesterday, it was a great battle. It was neck and neck. And between the Eagles and the 49ers, when we were live, there was only 2 signings for both teams. And both of them were for San Francisco. So today, let's continue to have a day. Our Super Chat battle, $16 so far on the 49ers report, $0 on the Philadelphia Eagles now. Let's have some fun. And whoever sends in a 50 right now, we'll get it cranking and cracking with a beer bomb. 430 people hanging out on the Niners report, 67 likes. Continue to hit that thumbs up icon and like the video. And then on Eagles now, 228 people watching live, 26 likes. Again, hit that thumbs up icon, like the video. Recent commenter club, 49er Glazer, Jabai, Henry, Madden King, Mike Nagy, Strawberry Reacts, DZ. I see Warren Lentz, Craig Eberly, Carol Hosey, Gustavo, Millie315, Charles, all in the building for day 2 of NFL free agency. If you're pumped up, if you're excited, if you're enjoying the show, I need everybody right now to smash that thumbs up icon and like the video. How about Shadow Prods here from school? Very cool. John Oden saying hi, Chase. Hey, John.
Let's get it, baby. We've already seen each team make a move today.
Yes.
Some early morning moves. Can we get some more action throughout the day? We will see. We had a great time yesterday.
Awesome time.
Great time yesterday. Running it back today. And I want to take a quick look at the poll question in each of our streams right now. On Eagles, grade the CJ Gardner-Johnson trade. 48% D/F. Eagles fans not happy with it. Of course, I understand because you're getting a player who's hasn't proven anything as a former first-round pick.
Yeah. Now,
can they get the Mekhi Becton treatment to Kenyon Green? Who knows? Maybe just some depth, though. Maybe they, more faith in Tyler Steen, who looked solid at times. And then over on the Niners side of things, just as a whole, losing a lot of guys for the Niners. A lot of guys that have been here for a long time. So I wanted to know Niners fans' thoughts so far on how the free agency period has been as a whole. 52% grading the Niners free agency so far as a D/F.
Not good.
So not great things right now on both sides of the coin for each team. Donna Layton, what up, what up? Still some good players hanging out in free agency. Some of the top guys right now, just across the board here. We got some top receivers, Amari Cooper, Stephon Diggs, Rasul Douglas, formerly of the Bills, Cam Robinson, Tevin Jenkins on the O-line, Asante Samuel Jr., an intriguing name at that corner spot, Mike Hilton as well, DeAndre Hopkins, so some vets.
Yep.
But both Eagles and Niners, wanting to go a little younger. So we'll see.
Yeah, the thing, too, that has kind of shifted NFL free agency is that because the NFL salary cap has gone up so much, teams now have a lot more cap space. And the free agency market has gotten so lucrative. And so a lot of teams across the NFL understand the value that some of their homegrown players have, and they don't let these players hit free agency. And so that has impacted, especially this year, the top available free agents and the entire free agency class as a whole. There just hasn't been the same level of players this year as compared to years prior. I think that's part of the reason why the 49ers are not overspending. It's part of the reason why the Philadelphia Eagles have not signed an external free agent up to this point. Be sure to give me a follow, by the way, on X and Instagram at Chase_Senior. If you were watching the show yesterday, we give you all this content on YouTube, but then I'd bring the phone out and you'd get a behind-the-scenes look and even more football talk with everything that I put up on YouTube Shorts, everything that I put up on X and Instagram. If you want to interact with me, hit me up at Chase_Senior, picking up followers like crazy, especially since the NFL Combine, and we're going to continue to give you some great coverage. Gump Wolf is in the building. Quinn, according to David Lombardi, this is an A-plus free agency period. Look, I got respect for David for the YouTube channel that he's built. He's obviously very smart and insightful. What I don't agree with is how he talks down to people who support him on his channel, who read his articles. They are the reason why he's able to do what he does. I don't talk down to viewers because without them, I would be nothing. The other thing I take issue with, on top of him kind of being condescending toward people and acting as though he's smarter than everybody else, he doesn't criticize anything that the Niners do. Look, they're 6-11 last year, and they have not won a Super Bowl since 1994. Not everything is sunshine and rainbows for San Francisco. Paul, $5 super chat, first one to come in on Eagles. Paul, by the way, I was going to send you an email, but I was waiting to see if you would be in the chat today. You did win an Eagles jersey of your choice yesterday. So let me know if you want that jersey, number one, and number two, which Eagles jersey you want, because we will get that sent out to you. Hope the new marriage life is going well for you, and we'll get that super chat popped up. Grading the Eagles trade of C.J. Gardner-Johnson, he said, is a strong F. I would have taken at least a second-round pick this year, but not for the player that we got. And I can certainly see why fans are fired up. I can see why fans are very frustrated. I can see why fans are wondering, Howie, what the heck are you doing? Because, look, the Eagles really missed C.J. Gardner-Johnson in 2023. They missed his spirit. They missed his heartbeat. They missed his leadership. They missed his swagger, his confidence, his physicality, his big playmaking. He made countless plays to change games in 2022 and in 2024. That was why they brought C.J. Gardner-Johnson back, because they missed him for the culture in 2023. So to move on from him, I think they're going to miss it again. It's not to say that Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, Nolan Smith, and Jalen Carter can't be the new pillars of leadership for this Eagles defense, but I think they're going to miss it for sure. All right, let's see here. We got some chatter coming in. Slick Rick said Joey Bosa is officially joining his brother on the San Francisco 49ers. We will see.
Slick Rick, he hits, man. He hits with his news, so obviously nothing official yet, but usually he's an hour or so in front of news when it happens.
Let's see. See if anything's being talked about here.
We do have a move for the Niners, releasing Leonard Floyd.
Interesting.
Leonard Floyd is out to bring in Joey Bosa?
Could be. Leonard Floyd has been released. You have to wonder if that will then lead to San Francisco signing Joey Bosa.
So just 1 year for Leonard Floyd in San Francisco. Started all 17 games, 8.5 sacks. He's out of there. Bring me Bosa.
So Leonard Floyd was second on the team in sacks with 8.5 last year. He's being released by San Francisco. Let me try to get you the cap details here. He had signed a 2-year, $20 million contract. If he's a pre-June 1 cut, the dead money is $8.6 million. The cap savings is $1.4. If he's a post-June 1 cut, the cap savings is $7.9. The dead money is $2.1.
We got some juice here at the start of free agency on day 2, baby. We'll see if Bosa happens soon. A few super chats that came in. Logan, Chase, where does Tyreek Hill go this year?
Well, he's still under contract with Miami.
You don't think he's going anywhere at all?
So I know he had said after the season he wanted to go somewhere else. Then he walked back those comments. And so I don't think Tyreek Hill is going anywhere. I think he's going to come back to the Dolphins. 566 people watching live. I'm wondering, should we talk Leonard Floyd and hint at Joey Bosa being signed?
Henry Reyna, any way the Niners bounce back after free agency? Still plenty of time for them to get this roster right. Don't overreact quite yet.
Interested to see what the logic is here for San Francisco. Is it going to be a post-June 1 cut? Is it going to be a pre-June 1 cut?
Got another $1 from Al. Got a 2 from Gerald. Let's go Niners. And then on the Eagles side of things, Ethan Stewart, go Birds, and Howie we trust. Trey Def Stung. Definitely came out of nowhere, I'll tell you that. But always trust Howie Roseman and his ability to build a squad. Justin Wisniewski, Howie's looking to gain draft capital. Possible big trade on draft night to get a safety. Yeah, we'll see. Always more moves to be made. Always more moves to be made.
All right, so let's do a Leonard Floyd being let go. And we'll loop in Joey Bosa as well. Another $5 super chat from Paul. We'll pop it up a little bit later, but I do want to give him a shout out. He said, marriage is good. Hope all is well. He'll take a Cooper DeJean jersey if possible. Thank y'all very much. Much love. Go Eagles. Awesome stuff. Glad to hear that everything is going well. $50 super chat. We'll get the party going here, and I'll take down a shotgun. $50 super chat. I'll do a shotgun. We're going to go 150% off on the shotgun here. Let's go. $49ers are going to save just under $8 million. We're live here on the 49ers Report on YouTube. Join us for our free agency special here on day 2. More moves for San Francisco in cutting costs. The Niners are releasing Leonard Floyd. That's going to save San Francisco just under $8 million. He was second in the team in sacks last year with 8.5. My thinking here is that after letting go of Malik Collins, releasing Leonard Floyd. That's opened up some cap space for San Francisco. And there's been a lot of momentum, a lot of chatter about Joey Bosa teaming up with his brother Nick to both play for San Francisco. And some of that money that is being created for the Niners could be used to Joey Bosa. And I think if Bosa signs with San Francisco, it's going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of about $10 million or per year or so, with obviously some incentives in there, given if Bosa is able to stay healthy and produce. Stay tuned. A lot more to come throughout the day. Could be double Bosa with the 49ers. Going to talk about this release of Leonard Floyd and some of the chatter behind Joey Bosa signing with San Francisco. Stay tuned, just getting some graphics ready, and then we'll be able to dive right in. Zay Jones back to the Cardinals. No, that's fine. Cool. All right. About 350 people watching live on Eagles now. 604 people watching live on the 49ers Report. $50 super chat. We're taking down a shotgun. And we have some breaking news to talk about here for San Francisco. That's fine. That's cool. Yes, sir. All right, let's do it. Leonard Floyd released. Does this mean that the Niners are closing in on a deal to sign Joey Bosa? Let's discuss it live here, free agency day 2. Day 2 of NFL free agency is well underway, and there's a lot to talk about here. You're watching the San Francisco 49ers Report. My name is Chase Sr., and as always, no matter where you are or how you're tuned in, Thank you so much for making today's show a part of your day. If you want Niners coverage every single day year-round, be sure to lock us in and hit that subscribe button. Some breaking news here just coming across the wire that the Niners are releasing defensive end Leonard Floyd after his loan season with San Francisco. Last year in free agency, he was the biggest external pickup for the Niners, signing a 2-year, $20 million contract. And he came to the Niners after having had 4 straight years of 9+ sacks after his career gotten off to a little bit of a slow start with the Chicago Bears. When he entered the National Football League, a lot of people thought that he was going to become one of the top edge rushers in the game. He was the 9th overall pick in the 2016 draft, coming out of Georgia. But after that slow start, where he had 7 sacks, then 4.5 sacks, 4 sacks, and 3 sacks with Chicago, everybody started to label him as a bust. He really started to find himself as an NFL player. He goes to the Rams, has 10.5 sacks, 9.5 sacks, 9 sacks in 3 seasons there, a part of that Rams team that won a Super Bowl. Him and Von Miller were a really good edge rusher tandem. He goes to the Buffalo Bills in 2023. He had 10.5 sacks. And then with the Niners, he started all 17 games. He was second in the team in sacks, a productive season with 8.5 sacks. And by no means was that signing a disappointment. But again, what have we been saying over the last few days? What have we been saying, really, since John Lynch spoke to us at the NFL Combine? San Francisco wants to shed money. They want to get younger. In letting go of Leonard Floyd, they're moving on from a 32-year-old pass rusher. They are also saving just under $8 million if they designate Floyd as a post-June 1 cut, which I imagine is what the Niners are going to do with this move. I thought that Floyd, if he were to come back in 2025, could be a rotational edge rusher for this Niners team. I wonder what it means for a player like Yetur Gross-Matos. Is he going to stay with San Francisco? Because I thought one of the two would potentially be moving on or being let go by San Francisco. One of those dominoes, at the very least, is falling here with Floyd being let go. He had an overall Pro Football Focus grade in 2024 of 53.5, 163rd among 211 edge rushers, pass rush grade of 53.9, run defense grade of 54.4. He tallied 26 hurries and 44 pressures. Those 26 hurries, 40th in the NFL. Those 44 pressures, 38th in the NFL. That came on 373 pass rush snaps, which was 42nd in the National Football League. At the time, the Niners were going all in for 2024 after falling short and losing the Super Bowl to Kansas City in Super Bowl 58. And they brought in Floyd as a veteran pass rusher who over the last few years was very productive. They looked at him as a situational, rotational starter, pass rush guy opposite of Nick Bosa, and he ended up being solid, but wasn't great for San Francisco. What my thinking is here for the Niners, they let go of Malik Collins, save the Niners $10 million. They move on from Leonard Floyd. That saves the Niners just under $8 million. Is this one of the moves that is taking place for San Francisco, which then leads to the Niners signing Joey Bosa to team him up with his brother in Nick Bosa? We are going to talk about that just around the corner. Stay tuned for that conversation because it seems as though things could be moving into that direction. But I ask you this, what is your one-word reaction to the Niners releasing Leonard Floyd? Let me know down in the comments section right now. And if you want to type Joey or Bosa, you can certainly do that right now. Thanks to our friends at Fanatics. This Niners polo is on sale, nearly 50% off. It was on sale for $80. Now it's being reduced to just $43. You've seen me wear this polo on all of my watch parties pretty much. Head to chatsports.com/49polo and get yours today. As for Joey Bosa, this has been a popular topic over the last few weeks. We've talked about it on the show. And then once Joey Bosa was let go last week in a move that saved the Chargers about $25 million, he immediately got linked to San Francisco. Right after he was let go by the Chargers, the longest tenured Charger, by the way, and the only player who had played for San Diego and Los Angeles. Ian Rappaport said, Joey Bosa teaming up with Nick Bosa is a possibility, but he will have suitors elsewhere. Another team that's been in the mix for Joey Bosa, the Miami Dolphins. Joey and Nick are from Florida. They have residences there. They train there in the offseason, and they're from the Miami area. And so there could be a hometown reunion with Joey Bosa going to the Dolphins. They need a pass rusher, or Joey could team up to play with his brother Nick, which is something that Joey has talked about and Nick has openly discussed. Mama Bosa has taken to social media advocating and wanting for this possibility to come to fruition and become a reality. And there's some chatter right now that it could be heading in that direction. Mike Silver reporting last night that the Dolphins, Niners in on Bosa, and they could pay him around $10 million per year. Mike Silver then came out with another tweet saying, hold on, I've been told that Bosa's market is a little bit more vast than under $10 million per year. To me, that sniffs of an agent trying to get Bosa some more money. But let's talk about what Bosa to the Niners would mean. Last year in 14 games played, he was a Pro Bowler. Who cares? 5 sacks, 22 tackles, 5 TFLs, 13 quarterback hits, 2 forced fumbles. It was the most games that he had played since 2021. The last time that Joey Bosa had double-digit sacks, the last time that Joey Bosa played at least 16 games in a season was in 2021. In 2022, 2023, as you can see on your screen, he played a combined 14 games. So there are certainly concerns and there are risks with San Francisco adding Joey Bosa to the team. He is a big guy at 6'5", 250, who has been injury prone. A lot of those injuries have been lower body injuries, including foot injuries. I don't like that with the player who is bigger. And at 29 years old, he's probably starting to exit his prime. On the plus side, when he's been on the field, in the minimal time that he's played, he has been productive when he has played. But if you sign Joey Bosa to be a full-time starter opposite of Nick, and you give him a lot of money, you run the risk of him being hurt and missing a lot of time. And if the Niners are trying to get younger and clear up some money, I'm only for signing Joey Bosa if it's somewhere in the neighborhood of $10 million per season. If you want to add incentives to that deal to make it incentive-laden, and he can get it up to $15 million with escalators, performance incentives, if he plays a certain amount of games and has a certain amount of sacks, I'm for that because then you're paying for the production. And if you give him $15 million for a 10-sack season and he helps your defensive line, not only is it going to be fun to watch, not only is it going to be fun to root for, you get production in the process. But the issue with Bosa at 6'5", 280, I think I said he was 250 a little bit earlier, you never know how inflated that is the injury history, the games missed. That's why San Francisco can't be dumb here and pay him a lot of money. And it also goes against everything that they've talked about wanting to accomplish this offseason, which is getting younger and shedding some salary. So we could be moving in a direction where after the releases of Malik Collins and Leonard Floyd, where San Francisco adds Joey Bosa to the team. So should the Niners sign Joey Bosa? S for sign, P for pass. What say you? Don't forget to hit that subscribe button whenever there's breaking news, whenever there's a developing story. I talk about it and dissect it in full detail right here on the channel. All right. Mr. Laid Back said sign. Dustin Evans said sign. The real JP said pass. Mr. Wicca said pass. Nick Graham said pass. Victor Watson said sign. And yes, we're live on the 49ers Report. We're live on Eagles now. I have 2 YouTube channels of over 100,000 subscribers. So we talk about both teams. We talk about every single team in the NFL. Mike Anthony said, sign now. D1 the End Zone said, we signed him. Nothing official yet.
Bunch of supers that came in while we were talking about Leonard Floyd and Joey Bosa, so let's run through all those right now.
Let's get to your super chats, as Chip alluded to. We always appreciate your donations. Deal still stands. $50 super chat. I'm shotgunning this beer right here, and we'll take it down the hatch. Al, $1 super chat. Thank you, legend. Gerald Frazier, $2, saying let's go Niners. Gerald Frazier, another deuce. I was hoping we could get DK Metcalf. Not at $30 million per year and $150 million. The contract extension for Brandon Ayuk really messed up a lot of the Niners spending. Rod G, $2. Who do we have to step in place of Dre Greenlaw? D winners, it is your time. Tatum Bethune, Jalen Graham, you'll have an opportunity. Rod G, $2. Thank you for that one. Junior, $25. The only release, if they do it, is if they let go of Kyle Juszczyk. Man, that one hurts. Can't wait to see the draft picks. Yes, Kyle Juszczyk has been released. He is free to sign with another team. Reed, $10. If they sign Joey Bosa, I'm not a fan of releasing Floyd. His production went up with reduced snaps last year, and Joey would help that. The Bosas and Floyd would be deadly. Your thoughts? It might be good, but it'd be old. Floyd at 32, Joey Bosa at 29. I think if the Niners sign Joey Bosa, that means that they're drafting an edge rusher pretty early. They have to. Gerald Frazier, another one. 2 Bosas on the Niners. How sweet. It would be fun to root for. You would just hold your breath that both players can stay healthy in Joey and Nick. Takeem Hilton said Andre Sisco, he's already off the board. Sean Payton, $5. With these moves, I'm also expecting extensions with Kittle and Warner now. See, yeah, I really don't know what the thinking is. If the Niners are trying to get younger, shed these salaries, are they now going to give contract extensions to older players in George Kittle and Fred Warner? Curious to see how they handle that. What up, man? Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you. If it goes down, let's hope it does. Now, Sean Payton, let me add on top of that, extensions of Warner and Kittle would open up contract negotiations for Brock Purdy, and it would clear cap space for a player like Brock Purdy and others. Nathan Eds, $2. How much savings dead cap if we released Christian McCaffrey and Trent Williams? So much, because they just signed their deals. So let me get that for you here. Now, Christian McCaffrey has a 2028 void, but signing him to an extension last year was idiotic. All right, let's see. If Christian McCaffrey was cut pre-June 1, $16.9 million in cap savings, $26 million in dead money. If they cut him post-June 1, $4 million in cap savings, $13 million in dead money. It just doesn't make sense. Trent Williams would be very similar because they just reworked his contract.
Chorizo 2.0. Sign him. Make the Bosa brothers a thing. We shall see, baby. Joseph Ernberg. Trade Bosa, Fred Warner, George Kittle, BA, and maybe Brock Purdy. Reset everything. Wow. That you're going all the way. No half measures with Joseph here. No half measures with Joseph here. Look, Niners still have a good enough roster where they can fill out, some of their needs and still compete next year. You don't need to blow it all up and just trade all your good players. No need to panic quite early there. And then this one from Paul that Chase mentioned earlier. Chase read this one out.
Yep. Read that one out.
Shout out to Paul C. All right, updated look now at our Super Chat battle. Niners taking the early lead, but again, early. Niners up to $65. Eagles now at $17. Who's going to make an impact right here? Who's going to send in the big one? And again, a $20 Super Chat gets you into the jersey raffle. We have had no $20 Super Chats yet. Most we've had is a 10. So $20 gets you in the jersey raffle. And the first person to send in a 20, I'm also going to crack my beer, take my first sip of Happy Dad for you here today. For the first 20, that does come in.
Oh, by the way, Cowboys and wide receiver returner Kavontae Turpin have agreed to terms on a 3-year contract. I'm interested to see what the money is there, because they did not let him hit the free agency market. Now, X-Pac making a good point and asking this question, Justin Simmons to Philadelphia. We talked a lot about him last year. Again, let me just run through this too. If you send in a $20 Venmo, you enter to win our 50-50 duck race. That's a $20 Venmo to @Chase_Senior or a $20 PayPal to @ChaseSenior. If you also send in a $20 Super Chat, you enter our jersey raffle. So $20 to get into our jersey raffle. We'll give away a Niners jersey and an Eagles jersey since we're live on both channels.
Elsewhere on our Super Chat menu, like we've been doing, you get a shout out every time.
I guess we should, to your point, add $20 jersey raffle
yeah,
to the Super Chat menu.
So it's visual.
Yeah, for sure.
I'll be sure to add that.
All Super Chats get a shout out. $50 or more, you enter our free agency Hall of Fame. $100 for a beer bong. $200 for a shotgun. We're going 150% off if my math is correct. $50 Super Chat on either Eagles or 49ers. And I'm taking down a shotgun. Chorizo enters our jersey raffle. $20 saying Bosa Brothers. We'll see if it actually happens.
Let's go, Chorizo. I said first 20. I'd crack my drink, take a drink for you. So, Chorizo, cheers. First person officially in the jersey raffle here today. Let's get it going. Let's get a bunch of names in here. Rico Carter getting to the jersey raffle as well. A couple more supers we'll get to in a second. Cheers, everybody. All right, so Chorizo, you're in that jersey raffle on the Niners side of things. Nathan Eds with another question here. In 1 second. Thoughts on Salah replacing KS if they fail again? Shanahan gone?
See, I always like to side with an offensive mind. That's kind of my preference. You go offensive mind and then you find good defensive coordinators. Judging Robert Saleh and his tenure with the Jets is hard. The defense was always great. They never got quarterback right. So, does everybody still have us? Does everybody still have us?
Comment section, can you guys hear us? Can you guys hear us?
All right, hit that thumbs up icon and type me if you can hear me. Hit that thumbs up icon, type me if you can hear me. Smash that thumbs up icon. Type me if you can hear me. Looks like we're having an uptick in audience here as we get back. 300 people watching live on the 49ers Report. 154 people watching live on Eagles Now. Hit that thumbs up icon. Type me if you can hear me. Lost some internet connection real quick, but it looks as though we are here. Shout out to Ernesto, Lil Man CNC, Tony Mesa, Jameer Smith, Travis, Al, Kenneth Barrett. I see y'all. AJ Jones, M Destroyer X, Jason Ford, Clint, Thane Sierra, Brittany Bees, all typing me. Continue to hit that thumbs up icon, like the video. Type me if you can hear us.
They can't hold us down, baby.
They can't hold us back. Up to 227 likes on the Niners Report, 93 likes on Eagles Now, over 200 people watching live on Eagles Now as our audience is coming back after we lost connection.
Here we go.
We're back, baby. This is the issue with streaming. It's amazing. The technology is incredible, but sometimes you lose internet, but they can't hold us back. Continue to hit that thumbs up icon and type me if you can hear us. We also had some super chats come in as we were gone.
Yep, so we read this Nathan Eds one. We got this 20 from Rico Carter. Rico Carter, that'll get you into our jersey raffle.
And what I want to do, man, since we got over $100 in super chats on the 49ers Report, I'm going to take down a little bit of a shambong. We are $57 away from getting over 100 on Eagles Now. If we're able to get there, I'll do another shambong. So I have a beer boot ready to go. Beer boot ready to go. 3 beers, 1 boot. We're going to try to take this down all throughout the day. And let me just make a deal with the people. Every $100 that we get in super chats today on both streams, we're taking down a shambong.
Let's get it.
So the 49ers Report in the lead right now. $131 in supers. Eagles Now at 43. Every $100 that we get in super chats, we're taking down a shambong. And the deal still applies. If anybody sends in a $50 super chat, I'm going to write your name on this Happy Dad, and I'm going to shotgun it live here on the show. They're not doing that on ESPN, not doing that on NFL Network.
No, sir.
They might do it sometimes on Pat McAfee. But we're built a little different here at Chat Sports. Here's our super chat menu. All super chats get a shout out. If you send in a $20 super chat, you enter the raffle to win a free jersey from us. Either Niners or Eagles, depending on which stream you're watching on. $50 or more, you enter our free agency Hall of Fame. $100 for a beer bong, $200 for a shotgun.
Still a few more supers we can get to here.
But $50 for a shotgun right now.
Money. Who's going to be the first one to send in a 50 today? Getting that Hall of Fame.
Chorizo! $50 super chat, our first one of the day.
Right on cue. That'll get you 2 raffle tickets as well. Let's go. All right, so in the meantime, we had this 20 come in from Lax King.
Lax King, 1717. We need offensive line help, wide receiver depth, defensive depth. This has rebuild written all over it. FTTB all day, though. I still don't know if it's a full rebuild. I just think it's more of an organizational reset. Here's why. You still have some very talented players on that Niners team. Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, Diamador Lenore. You're paying a lot of money to those players, right? Offensively, George Kittle, Christian McCaffrey, Brandon Ayuk, Brock Purdy, Kyle Shanahan's your head coach, Robert Saleh is your defensive coordinator. I think, too, the Niners are thinking better coaching can result in better results. Lex King, $50 super chat. He makes it rain after the 20 right there. So both Lex King and Chorizo entering the Hall of Fame. Speaking of Hall of Fame members, Candy with the $20 super chat. Candy, a member of our Hall of Fame from yesterday. So Chorizo said chug chug. All right, say less. And then Lex King sent in that 50. Since both 50s came in, I'm going to put both of them on here. And then we're over $200. So Lex King, you're going to be a part of the shotgun. Chorizo, you're part of the shotgun. And then I'm going to do a beer bong as well for getting over 200. So Lex King. Lex King and then Chorizo. Lex King and Chorizo on the shotgun beer. Apologies with my bad handwriting on that one. But you're still on there. We're going to crush it.
Let's go.
In hopes that the Niners, and the Eagles for that matter, can start to crush it in free agency, as it's been very slow. All right, here we go for Lex King and Chorizo. Let's have a party.
Let's have a day. Chug, 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 chug. Can drop.
Let's go. 49ers report crushing Eagles now in the Super Chat battle.
Woo.
251 to 43. Eagles fans down and out after the C.J. Gardner-Johnson trade.
No lie. Logan, $5. How do you feel about the Niners dropping all these players but still keeping Jake Moody? Moody is booty.
Well, I looked at the free agency market for kickers. It is not good. It is extremely thin. And so I think the Niners are cognizant of that. But part of their thinking, too, is that Jake Moody was pretty good before the ankle injury. And why did the ankle injury happen? Bad special teams play, where Jake Moody was the last line of defense and tried to tackle the return man, injured his ankle, and then was terrible after that. So if he can get his ankle healthy and get his confidence back up, can Jake Moody get back on track? So much about kicking is confidence. Jake Moody didn't have any of that last year. And that injury really tanked his confidence. When he would line up to kick a field goal, he looked like a lost ghost. He was just a lost soul. He didn't think that he was going to make it. Kyle Shanahan had more confidence in him than Jake Moody had in himself. Candy, I need a jersey. Good day to you both. Thank you for another day, although very sad about Juice and Greenlaw. And Hufanga. And Deebo Samuel. The Niners, in a way, ushering in a new era. Trickshot King said this is a loop. False. No, it is not.
We're live, baby. We're live.
Robert said, I'm a fool. Thank you, Robert. Cheers. This one is for Lax King, getting us over 200.
A few more supers that came in on the Eagles side of things. A.J. Jones, with C.J. gone, who do you like in free agency to play safety in Philly, or is it a draft? Peace.
So the Eagles really like Sidney Brown, just like they like Moro Ajomo and Jalix Hunt. And part of this is the youth movement for Philadelphia too. They think that Jalix Hunt can step in for Joshua. They think that Moro Ajomo can take the place of Milton Williams and maybe not be as good, but help to absorb the blow of losing both of those players. And just like the Eagles are high on those two, they're high on Sidney Brown. And they want their young players to have an opportunity to play. Sidney Brown's a former third-round pick. Hard hitter, 4-4 guy. He did kind of get cooked on that late touchdown to Xavier Worthy. But at that point, the game was completely over. What's crazy about Vic Fangio, even after the Eagles won the Super Bowl, they had a film study after the game, and he said, all these second half points, gentlemen, it's unacceptable. Antonio Brown said, CT ESPN always has it first. Deal is finalized. Aaron Rodgers to the Steelers. 2-year deal. We'll see. Nothing official yet. Oh! Lex King does it again. Another 50. Makes it rain. We'll read that super chat once we get that popped up. And then Chorizo, another 5.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Ethan Stewart sent in this too.
Go Birds. Who do you think that we target in the draft? Oh, yeah. Working off the heels of that last super chat on Eagles, too. Talking about some potential draft picks. Malachi Moore, the Alabama safety, had a formal meeting with the Eagles. That's a player who the Eagles could target at number 32. Malachi Starks is another player from Georgia. Malachi Moore went to Alabama that Philadelphia could look at drafting. And so the Eagles could go a bunch of different ways at 32. If they let go of Dallas Goedert by way of release or trade, they could go tight end at 32. They could go corner at 32. They could go safety at 32. They could go offensive line, defensive line at 32. They could move back and compile some picks if they really wanted to. Look out for that as well. Words of wisdom in the building. Everybody say happy birthday to Lax King. We had this 20 come in from Jay Brett. Don't care who's gone. Eagles going back to back. Go effing Birds. In the words of Landon Dickerson, go effing Birds. Jay Brett entering the jersey raffle. Oh! Alejandro Maldonado. $100 super chat. In the meantime, Lax King, $50 making it rain. It's my birthday today. Feel like spreading the love. Need some good vibes for myself and the 49ers. Keep up the content, boys. Salute to you, and salute to everybody who's hanging out. That's exactly what we're doing. Keeping up the good content here. Chorizo. With Ward gone, do you think they'll sign a cornerback or draft one? They need cornerback help. They have Diamador Lenore, Renardo Green, and Darrell Luter Jr. under contract. That's it. So they need corners badly. Now, they weren't going to pay $16 per year for DJ Reed. They weren't going to pay $20 million per year for Carlton Davis or $20 million per year for Charvarius Ward. And I had said, when they signed Diamador Lenore to that contract extension, that signaled that they were going to move off of Ward. And so whether it's draft or free agency, Chorizo, Niners need to look at corner help. Bryce Blackwell with the $10 super chat.
Here's the big one. Alejandro!
Alejandro makes it rain. And I love how both channels are going back and forth here. Just wanted to remind all the Niner fans in this chat, Eagles are the defending champs. Go Birds. Chase, you think Keely Ringo starts opposite of Quinyon Mitchell, cannot move Coop out of the slot? I agree. And I love how Alejandro's reminding everybody that the Eagles are the defending champs. It's true. And it's one of the most impressive, most dominant Super Bowl victories that we've ever seen. As for Ringo, I think that with Howie letting Slay go, that's what it appears, and letting go of Isaiah Rodgers, Howie is showing his confidence in Kelee Ringo. He really likes him. And Kelee Ringo coming out of Georgia, if he would have come out a year before he did, could have been a first-round pick. Now, he went back to Georgia. He struggled a little bit. But Kelee Ringo's an excellent athlete. He has traits. He had a relative athletic score grade of 9.67, 6'1", 207. He has some size at corner, and he can run. He's a 4'3" guy. And when he's played, he's shown some ability. He's shown some pop. So, yeah, I think Howie really likes Kelee Ringo. Alejandro, let me make you a deal, my man. Alejandro, if you send in another $100 super chat, I'm going to send you a Eagles jersey of your choice. Another $100 super chat, Alejandro. I'm sending you an Eagles jersey of your choice. Just saying.
We then got this 10 here from Bryce Blackwell. CJ's gone because of the Slay drama. The picks and money seem like a smokescreen. Goddard's likely next. Youth movement concerned about losses as teams load up. Just got to draft strong. Yeah, this draft's gonna be pretty important once again. With all the vets that they're losing for the Eagles. I don't think CJ's gone because of the Slay drama. But I do think Chase was kind of right.
Yeah.
In that aspect and
bringing
right up
again.
the contract.
Yep.
They obviously didn't want to stay on that contract that he had, but they didn't trade him because him and Slay were going back and forth on social media a little bit.
You know what's crazy too? Darius Slay retweeted a tweet earlier from Pastor Carl Day, and it's a funny account, but the tweet was, C.J. Gardner-Johnson did all of that and confirmed that Slay was right, LOL. No way the Eagles would have traded away their secondary leader. Darius Slay retweeted that. Now, I personally think that it's probably best for the Eagles to move on from Slay and get younger. Slay still has his tweets protected, though.
Soft.
Only approved followers can see his tweets.
Michael Wade, $20. Coming in on Niners, extending that lead a little bit. Let me get that back up here. Kindness without judgment or reason. Keep the faith in the faithful. They're not going to put everything out. Let them do their thing. Yeah, let everything play out as it may. Through the draft and through the rest of free agency. And then we'll see where the squad's at. But I think it's also fair to, be a little upset at some of the moves if you don't like them. Certainly, you're allowed to be mad if you don't like them letting all these guys walk. But, let the full vision play out a little bit. Lynch said they needed to get younger, so.
They're definitely doing that.
No doubt.
I mean, they are gutting the roster to a certain degree.
Yeah. Are they getting better?
Yeah, Michael Wade. Kindness without judgment or reason. Keep the faith in the faithful. They are not going to put everything out. Let them do their thing. Again, it's almost like they're secretly rebuilding and retooling. I just don't know how you can say they're rebuilding if they pay Brock Purdy, they have Christian McCaffrey, they have George Kittle, they have Brandon Ayuk, they have Trent Williams, they have Nick Bosa, they have Fred Warner, they have Diamador Lenore. They're still, weirdly enough, one of the most talented teams in the NFL. Now, are they along the likes of the Eagles, the Lions, the Vikings, the Packers, the Commanders? No. But they could be competitive, especially with the fourth place schedule. Let me throw the Rams in there too. The Rams were a few plays away from upsetting the Eagles in the divisional round. And they added Devontae Adams, who is still playing at a very, very high level. And that defense, I think, is going to get better. Let's go through some recent moves here. These moves have all happened today. Cornelius Lucas, offensive tackle, 2-year deal up to $10 million with the Browns. This was also kind of overnight too. The Niners placed a second-round tender on Jordan Mason. So if a team wants to sign Jordan Mason, they have to forfeit a second-round pick and give that up to San Francisco. Jonathan Allen. Niners were said to be interested. There was also some talk that Jonathan Allen could be included in that Deebo Samuel trade, but the Niners didn't want to inherit that salary. He still gets paid by Minnesota. 3 years, $51 million. Javon Holland. What I don't get about the Giants, they paid Darius Slayton more than what they offered Saquon Barkley. They let Xavier McKinney walk and then paid Javon Holland. It's weird. Ifedi Melifonwu signing with the Dolphins, 1 year, 4. Divine Diablo goes from the Raiders to the Falcons this morning, 2 years, $14 million, 8 guaranteed. Really good athlete. Elijah Campbell, safety, signing with Miami, 1 year, just under $2 million. Richie Grant, 1 year deal with the Niners. That's about $1.5 million. We talked about that earlier. Will Fries, 5 years, 88 to Minnesota. Javon Hargrave to the Vikings. Marco Wilson, 1 year, 1.52. Solomon Thomas, 2 years up to 8. The Eagles trading away C.J. Gardner-Johnson for Kenyon Green. Quentin Bell, 1 year, 1.5 to Miami. Daniel Jones, 1 year, 14, gets 13 plus guaranteed to go to the Colts. Can Shane Steichen bring the best out of Daniel Jones? Good luck. Riley Dixon, 2 years, 6, the punter with Tampa Bay. Scott Daly, 1 year deal, long snapper, Chicago. Christian Fulton, 2 years, 20, 15 guaranteed. Steve Spagnuolo will have fun with him. Laken Tomlinson, 1 year, 4.25 to Houston. I really don't get with Houston what they're doing with their offensive line. Now, Kenyon Green has been awful, but they traded away Laramie Tunsil. They had a bad offensive line last year. And now they're worse along the offensive line. Will Harris, 2 years, 8. Mario Edwards, 2 years, 9.5. MJ Stewart, safety with the Texans. Zay Jones, 1 year, 4.5. Joe Tryon, 1 year, under 5. Has always had a lot of ability, but if Todd Bowles can't work it out with you, I have concerns. And then Kevontae Turpin, 3 years, 18 with the Dallas Cowboys. I want to know, what's that Javon Hargrave deal?
Yeah, interesting that those details have come out.
Let's see. What's that Javon Hargrave contract?
In the meantime, get in the comments right now. I want to know who you think the best free agent signing has been so far across the league.
Across the league.
Best value, best player. Just when you look at all the signings, who has been the best signing so far? I think for me, let me go back and take a look through some of these signings here, because there's been a lot.
Yeah.
I think I'm not counting like extensions, obviously, or trades quite yet. I'm just talking signings here. And it's been a pretty weak free agency class, in all honesty.
Yeah, pretty weak.
Let's see. Man, I'm looking through all these, and I'm like, none of these have been all that great.
Let me give you one. I think the Zach Ertz contract for $6 million to Washington is excellent value with what he did last year, what he meant to Jaden Daniels, his impact on that offense, and the veteran leader that he is.
It's a good one. Drew Dahlman, 3 years, 42 with the Bears. I like that one.
Yeah, $14 million per. If I was the Niners, I would have paid that. Nathan Bolden said Dre Greenlaw to the Broncos. Great value and a big loss to us if he can stay healthy. Talanoa Hufanga, same thing. If he can stay healthy. Those are kind of wait and sees because The injury concerns are big.
You know what? I love the DJ Reed contract. 3 years, $48 million for the Lions for DJ Reed, for a guy who's been one of the better cornerback twos in the NFL. Sneaky underrated there because they have Sauce, but he's been really, really good.
Yep.
So I really like that, especially when you consider some of the other contracts some of these corners are getting. I mean, Paulson Adebo got more money coming off a broken leg. Carlton Davis got more money. So the Lions got off Carlton Davis, got a better player for cheaper, I think. And like a lot of these secondary players are getting paid, man. Trayvon Merrick, I know it's safety, not corner, but $51 million over 3 years, that's crazy to me.
Yeah, what we've seen, and we talked about this yesterday too, we're seeing a lot of good players get great money. Good players get great money.
I don't hate the Josh Sweat contract either for under 20 a year.
Under 20 a year. Good scheme fit for Jonathan Gannon.
Exactly, yeah. I don't think I would have necessarily paid that if I'm the Eagles with their situation, but man, Aaron Banks got a bag. Aaron Banks got a bag. I like Nate Hobbs. 12 mil, slot corner, we'll see. Green Bay. You know, Chase, you brought this up yesterday. Like, they don't make a lot of signings, but when they do, you know, it's noteworthy. Because they don't usually go out there.
Yeah.
Mitchell Renz, our Raiders host, loved the Malcolm Kuntz re-signing at 12 mil.
I actually think what the Raiders are doing, one of my takeaways at the NFL Combine is that Pete Carroll has garnered respect back to the Raiders. John Spytek, very well respected too. I wish that they'd go after a better quarterback than Geno Smith, but I at least think they're going to be more competitive and more respected.
For sure, for sure. Let's see, any other signings recently that happened? Trevarius Ward got 3 up to 60.
Yep.
I mean, if he plays at his old pro level, I mean, that's fair for him. If he can find that again. You know, Oren Burks got 2 years, $5 million from the Bengals. He certainly has a chance to outplay that.
Yeah.
If he plays like he did in the postseason for the Eagles. Now, if he plays like he did in the Super Bowl for the Niners, you don't want him out there.
I easily would have signed Oren Burks for 2 years, 5. I mean, that's great special teams value by itself. But he does have an opportunity to start with Cincinnati. And maybe the Eagles told him, yeah, you're not going to have an opportunity to start here. Tyrann Mathieu and the Saints have agreed to a rework deal that will keep him in New Orleans.
We're coming up, by the way, Eagles fans, on 1 year to the exact time that Saquon Barkley signed with the Eagles. 2:42 p.m. Eastern, 1 year ago today, so about 10 minutes away.
Oh, I was seeing that yesterday was the 1 year mark, but that makes sense too.
That's what Schefter said. Maybe
Okay.
that's when it officially happened.
Yeah.
It probably happened.
Yeah,
the day before.
That was not day one of free agency, I don't think.
This is at least when the Schefter tweet happened.
Yeah.
On the 11th at 1:42 p.m. last year. So
Okay.
that we're coming up on exactly a year, at least from when Schefter reported it. Another signing that kind of went under the radar, the Javonte Williams signing for the Cowboys.
Yeah, I love the value there. I think that he can be really good. And I like the player a lot. I really do.
1 year, $3 million. I know nobody cares about fantasy football, and obviously we're not talking about fantasy football, but when I started my Dynasty League with my friends, it was right after he had that good rookie year.
Okay.
And I took him in a brand new startup Dynasty draft. So all players available, all players on the board. I took him with the 3rd pick in the 2nd round, thinking he was going to be next up. And then he gets hurt and he hasn't been the same. And I was seeing some of his advanced stats last year. He was pretty bad efficiency-wise. I think 3.2 yards per carry, but still young and was really good his rookie year. So we'll see there. I mean, Najee Harris getting $5 million, wasn't particularly good either, but very talented coming out of Alabama. I think all things considered, the Vikings got a good deal for Byron Murphy. 3 years, 54, under 20 mil, when a lot of these other corners were getting 20 mil. Javon Holland's an interesting one because, our Dolphins host, Nick Roloff, was like one of the most frustrating players to watch, Javon Holland. 2 years ago, I'm not sure if he was an All-Pro or not, but he was at that level. Very, very good safety, and then was just not good last year. And Nick Roloff was telling us earlier today, like he was telling Marshall, when Vic Fangio was there, all these Dolphins defenders had problems with Vic Fangio because they were all soft. And he was like, Javon Holland might have been the softest player that they had, mentally and physically.
Can't wait to see the Eagles go up against the Giants, man.
Yeah.
I mean, what's their quarterback plan? They have none.
They got to hope to trade up, I guess.
Joey Bosa did not officially sign with the Niners. FYI. Did we get to that Logan Eiselt super chat with everyone coming back healthy?
I don't believe so. Let's get to that right now.
Let's get to that.
Here it is.
Here's Logan's super chat. With everybody coming back, can you still see the Niners finishing first in the NFC West? Also, do you see any major midseason trades? If so, who? I got to see what this Niners roster looks like before we discuss like a midseason trade. You also have to see how they fare for a midseason trade. If they're competitive, maybe they make a move that could really help them. If they're not, probably going to stand pat and continue to load up in the draft. As for who finishes first in the NFC West, I like the Rams. I think the Rams are the team to beat in the NFC West. I think the Rams are going to win the NFC West, or at least as of right now, they're the best team on paper. Niners lost both times to Los Angeles last year. I think the Niners have gotten worse, and the Rams have gotten a little bit better with how they finished the year and what they've done so far in free agency and the growth that I see taking place on defense for Los Angeles. All right, limited time deal in the next 2 minutes. If anybody sends in a $200 super chat, I'm going to send you either a Niners jersey if you're watching on the 49ers Report, or an Eagles jersey if you're watching live on Eagles Now. So I'm going to pull up my shot clock.
Also, keep in mind, we are having a super chat battle.
2 minutes. $200 super chat in the next 2 minutes. I'm going to send you a jersey of your choice. 49ers Report 331. Eagles Now 153. Yesterday, it was honestly about a tie. 750. Somewhere in that neighborhood for both channels. Today, 49ers Report crushing it. As we've been live at this point for about 90 minutes. A lot of news had happened earlier today. C.J. Gardner-Johnson got traded. I talked about that. The Niners signing Richie Grant. Talked about that. Jordan Mason, second round tender. Was breaking that down as well. Joey Bosa is listed as a linebacker for the San Francisco 49ers on Wikipedia.
Uh-oh. You serious?
Yeah, he is.
Obviously, it's Wikipedia, but...
Of course.
Yeah, he is.
Eagles will be going to the White House on Monday, April 28th to celebrate their Super Bowl. A Jalen Hurts photo op shaking Donald Trump's hand might break the internet.
Remember when everybody freaked out when that initial
We were on the
report
way to the
was?
combine. We were on the way to the combine when that happened. That was the day we made the 13-hour drive to the combine.
Ah, the combine. Never forget that trip for a lot of reasons. Another super coming in on Niners.
JR3 Jerome. Why is Jake Brendel still on the roster? Boy, oh boy, I'll tell you this. He stinks. I can't deal with him anymore. So the Saints, as I mentioned, agreeing to a rework deal with Tyrann Mathieu. That'll keep him in New Orleans. One thing we could talk about with the Eagles for a segment is Lane Johnson, after the trade of C.J. Gardner-Johnson, tweeted out how he sees an eyeballs emoji. What does that mean? Where it brought my mind to is a Trey Hendrickson trade. They lose Josh Sweat, Milton Williams, Isaiah Rodgers, Darius Slay. They trade away C.J. Gardner-Johnson. They miss out on Myles Garrett. How about that too, by the way? Myles Garrett, we're going to make you the highest paid non-quarterback in the history of football. The next day, they trade for Kenny Pickett. Also, this is pretty notable too. Justin Simmons said that the Eagles are high on the list for him as he's set to be a free agent.
Howie! Niners in talks with Raheem Mostert? Where'd you see that?
Oh, gosh. Please, no.
That's coming from Logan Eiselt.
No chance. Rick Nyers, what up, my brother? How you doing, my man? All right, let's plug this again. If you want to be a part of our Venmo 50-50 race, send me a Venmo or a PayPal at Chase_Senior on Venmo, at Chase Senior on PayPal. It's $20 to enter. If you send in a $20 super chat or more, though, you enter our jersey raffle.
Oh, well, this is true. Raheem Mostert said himself he and the Niners have been in discussion about a possible reunion.
It would not be for much money, I'll tell you that right now.
So you're telling me they brought back Patrick Taylor, obviously, special team stuff there. They still have McCaffrey. They put the second-round tender on Jordan Mason.
Yep.
So he's probably going to stick around. And you're going to bring in possibly Raheem Mostert. I mean, it's, definitely a Shanahan thing to do, but...
I mean, that would probably round out their running back room. Maybe they draft somebody. But it would be McCaffrey, Garendo, Mostert, and Taylor.
And Isaac Garendo. You have Garendo as well.
Yeah, I mentioned that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, McCaffrey, Garendo, Mostert, Taylor. See, it's a deep running back class. I'd want to draft a running back if I'm the Niners.
Let's see, what's the last move we had happen here? We haven't had anything happen since the Cavante Turpin. Been a slow day, man.
Yeah. Yeah, let's see here.
Mason as well, yeah. We mentioned Mason.
Yeah, Falcons free agent safety Justin Simmons said that with Vic Fangio and Christian Parker on the defensive staff, the Eagles are high on his list. He also said that the Commanders are high on the priority list and very interesting. How did Justin Simmons play last year? Let's see.
Oh, here we go. We got another move. Darrington Evans has agreed to a deal with the Buffalo Bills.
All right. Oh, boy. Justin Simmons, not great last year. Overall PFF grade 59.9. Coverage grade of 60.8. He was a little bit better in 2023. Much better in 2022. Much better in 2021. Excellent in 2020. 16 missed tackles. 164th out of 170 safeties. Passer rating allowed of 105.1.
Yikes.
But if you get Justin Simmons on a vet min, and he competes with Sidney Brown to be the safety opposite of Reed Blankenship, then okay.
You got to bring in some type of competition.
Yeah. Simmons, 31. 4-time second-team All-Pro. 2019, 2021 through 2023. So a second-team All-Pro 2 years ago. 2-time Pro Bowler, 2020 and 2023. Interceptions co-leader in 2022. Alongside C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Where did Kevontae Turpin go? Back to Dallas.
Back to Dallas. Nice little pay raise for him.
See some Niners fans talking about Will Campbell possibly at 11. That would be a great pickup if he lasts there.
Yeah, Armand Membu is my guy. I would love Mason Graham to San Francisco as well. Rick Nyers, Kittle, and Warren would be a nightmare for defenses.
It's going to be a lot of good players at 11.
I love Tyler Warren. I was the first person who talks about the Niners every single day to talk about Tyler Warren to San Francisco. Tyler Warren also called George Kittle one of the best tight ends in the NFL, and it would be a great opportunity to team up with him.
One of the biggest questions right now, where is Aaron Rodgers going to go? Because, I mean, if we do see Aaron Rodgers land with the Giants, all of a sudden, man, that NFC East, it's a little interesting. Obviously, the Commanders.
Yep.
Can the Cowboys bounce back? And then the Giants making all these moves with Aaron Rodgers there. If he can play like he did down the stretch last year, it could be a good division. If I'm him, I'm going to Pittsburgh. I think most people would agree, Pittsburgh's a better team. Nathan Eds, another $2 super chat. Get that popped up here. Get $20 super chat, gets you into our jersey raffle. We have 11 names right now on Niners and just 6 entries on Eagles, and 5 of them are Alejandro Maldonado. So plenty of, availability for you to get into that raffle.
Alejandro, you send in another 100, I'm sending you an Eagles jersey. Oh! Slayer slays the dragon. $200 super chat on the 49ers report.
Woo!
Dragon Slayer. Dragon Slayer. How about it, my man? My boy Peter Thurman in the building. Peter, I'm going to get that hat sent out to you. It's been busy for me, man. At the Super Bowl, you saw me back for the parade. Went to the NFL Combine. A lot of traveling. I haven't been in the office much because of all the travel. But I will get that hat sent out to you and Dennis Designs, my brother. I have it to the left of my desk. I haven't forgotten. So I'll get that to you. Dragon Slayer!
Wow.
What do you think about the Niners being quiet? It's very frustrating. It's very frustrating. I could certainly see their logic as Dragon Slayer makes it rain. And look, I thought that the John Lynch press conference was very eye-opening, right? Eye-opening in the way where when I asked him about Brandon Ayuk, he didn't shoot down a trade. And he basically said, we need to get younger and we need to shed some salary. Oftentimes you will hear coach speak or general manager speak where no GMs or coaches really reveal anything. I thought with Dragon Slayer, John Lynch revealed. It was very revealing. And it has signaled all of the moves that we have seen of San Francisco really resetting, retooling, approaching a rebuild. All right, Dragon Slayer slays the chat. Nathan Eds, $2. What kind of draft compensation could we get for Kittle? If DK Metcalf got a 2, he's a younger player at a more expensive position, wide receiver. I think that Kittle could get you a 3. If Debo gets you a 5th, I think Ayuk could get you a 4th. I think Kittle could get you a 3rd. Any updates on an Ayuk trade? Yeah, speaking of that, no updates there. Kanye Wallace trade back from 11 to 17 or 21. If I'm the Niners, I'm thinking about trading back. I don't know if I quite want to go all the way back to 17. I think 15 would be the range there. Move back 4 picks, and then try to slide back into the end of the first round, and you can get 2 really good players. That's kind of what I would think about doing if you like how the board has fallen. Tell you what, for the Eagles, Walter Nolan becomes a really real possibility at 32. Has a lot of the same traits that Milton Williams has. Here's our Super Chat menu, by the way. All Super Chats get a shout out. If you send in $20 or more, you enter the raffle to win a jersey. $50, you become a member of our Free Agency Hall of Fame. $100, beer bong. $200, shotgun. If we get another 50, I'll do another beer bong. Now we're up to 537 in supers on Niners. So I do owe a beer bong there. And this will be for Eagles getting past 100. If somebody gets us over 200 on Eagles, I'll do another shambong here. We're 47 away. Ravens re-signing fullback Patrick Ricard. So April 28th, Eagles headed to the White House, a little more than a month, about 6 weeks. Logan, are you trading Ayuk for another wide receiver or a draft pick? Well, first of all, if you look at a team like the Patriots, they have no wide receiver to trade for. And so I don't want any wide receiver on that team. I want draft compensation, especially with how serious the Niners are about this rebuild and retool. They clearly want to build through the draft. And so if that's their strategy, rack up some draft picks. Saw somebody in the chat saying the Broncos are going to be dogs this year. Commies are looking nice too. I think the Broncos are going to be really good. And they already had a really good defense. I like what they've continued to do on defense. And think about the division that they're in. They have to, right? You're going up against Justin Herbert, Patrick Mahomes, and now an improved Raiders team. And so that defense is becoming better. Another one from Logan. Chase, how much to down a bottle of 1942? I mean, a whole bottle? You trying to kill me? I do love tequila. I do love tequila. That's the Don Julio 1942, I imagine. Here's my thing, though. Is 1942 only brown tequila? Or do they have the white tequila, the Blanco? I'm seeing that there's some 1942 Blanco. I can't do the brown tequila. I just can't do it. I love tequila. That's actually my number one liquor of choice. Love how it doesn't get me hungover as much the next day. And it's like cleaner as compared to other liquors. The brown tequila, though, Hey, I mean, you send in, let's see. How much is 1942? Oh, wow. It's pretty expensive. How much is Don Julio 1942 Blanco? Oh, okay. I see. Oh, actually, that's not the 1942. I see Don Julio Blanco for $40. You send in a $200 super chat, we'll go get the Don Julio. Or a $200 Venmo, we'll get the Don Julio. Let's do that. $200 Venmo, we'll get the Don Julio. Pass rusher Anthony Nelson back to the Bucs. 2 years, max of $12 million. I like this take from AQ Shipley. If I'm the Houston Texans, I go and get Mekhi Becton right now. Do they trade Kenyon Green to sign Mekhi Becton? And then the Eagles pretty much switch guards with Houston? It's pretty interesting. A 49ers team photographer said incoming on Twitter. Let's go. Cameron Esel, good to hear from you again. The Niners better hit on their draft picks if they don't plan on addressing team needs in free agency. Have to. They did a very good job in the 2024 draft, and now the 2025 draft becomes monumental for the state and the future of the 49ers. Unless the Dolphins can counter, Joey Bosa will be a Niner. I mean, if you're Joey Bosa, I know you're from the Miami area. Niners are a better situation if you can team up with your brother Nick. How much cap space do the Niners have? $31.9 million. As for the Eagles, $21.5 million. That's bottom third of the league. Niners are about bottom half, bottom third. Turmoil child. Keep Brock Purdy. Just go full reset. See, if you're going to rebuild, why does it make sense to pay a quarterback $50 million? Doesn't really make a lot of sense to pay a quarterback $50 million if you're rebuilding. That's what I don't really understand. Scotty Martinez, $2. Chase, trade Purdy for 2 seconds. Your thoughts? I actually think that could be a realistic call. And I actually think that could be a win for the Niners. Like, you took him Mr. Irrelevant. Final pick in the 7th. You're not going to get a first, I don't think. And you don't have to pay him if you get those 2 seconds. So 2 seconds for a 7th round pick, and you don't have to pay him, you save money. That's not bad. Martin Drummond, how much cap space? Yeah, I got you on that one, Martin. I guess the thing with Joey, too, no state income tax in Florida, but he's made so much coin. Like, if you and your brother are going to talk time and time again about teaming up and playing on the same team, you've made plenty of coin. Do it for the memories. Do it for the possibilities. Dolphins are one of the softest teams in the NFL. Cameron Ezel, another 5. Martin Drummond answered that one. We'll get to Cameron Ezel's $5 super chat. Just kind of in standby mode right now, waiting for something to happen. Here's Cameron. Do you guys think that part of this reset is forcing Kyle Shanahan to play the younger players? We all know how he feels about that, including Mason. I think there were probably some conversations. Yeah, we got to play some of these young players. We got to see what they are. There was momentum in that area last year. Dominic Pooney was really good at right guard. Malik Mustafa was really good at safety. Renardo Green was really good at corner. Ricky Pearsall turned it on at the end of the year. Let's see what Jacob Cowie can do, though. Isaac Arendo showed some flashes. So last year was a year where the Niners had rookies play some of the most snaps among all teams in the NFL. Hops. Check out this scenario. C.J. Gardner-Johnson and Parsons had beef. Can't be on the same team. Eagles trade away C.J. Gardner-Johnson. And they trade with the number one enemy for Micah Parsons, a boy can dream. Here's the thing, though. Micah Parsons is going to get $40 million per season. And if you want to bring in Parsons, you can't pay Jalen Carter. I'd rather pay Jalen Carter. I sometimes think that a better elite defensive tackle is more valuable than an edge rusher. Not many great defensive tackles. Like, that's why what Chris Jones does with Kansas City is so special. That's why what Aaron Donald did was so unique. That's why Fletcher Cox was such a great player with the Eagles. Just hard to come by, man. At that size, to have durability, to have athleticism, to impact the game the way that they can impact the game, it's unique. Pockets the cheesecake. You can't cut Trent Williams because you just reworked his deal. It's just too much money that you would have to eat.
All right, let's get this comment section going again. Let's get the chat, because not a lot going on right now. But want to talk some ball, some free agency, obviously. Who do you think is the best free agent available? Guys like Amari Cooper are still out there, Asante Samuel Jr., Justin Reed, Cam Robinson along the O-line. Who do you think is the best guy available, and who would you like Eagles and Niners respectively to go after right now? Because, of course, Joey Bosa.
Yep.
Probably going to be a popular name for the Niners, but still a lot of other guys out there, a lot of needs to be filled, and not a lot of moves have been made so far, so.
$47 away from 200 in Super Chats. Once we get to 200, I'll take down another beer bong. Oh! The Dragon Slayer, Anthony Mondragon. $100 Super Chat on the 49ers report. That's awesome. That gets us up to 663. We got to do another beer bong here for the Dragon Slayer. Cheers. Live on both. Eagles now. Shout out Potion. Dragon Slayer, thank you for the 100. The Benji Frank Making it rain. That's our Super Chat MVP right there. The Dragon Slayer. What year is Jalen Carter in? Second or third? He'll be going into his third season in 2025. The Dragon Slayer. Let's go. What do you think about Juice being released? It kind of signals this new era of Niners football. And, the Dragon Slayer again! Another $100 super chat. Oh. All right, we're at 763 on Niners. We get to 1,000, I'm doing another shotgun. How about that? $237 away. If we get to 1,000, I'm doing another shotgun. And whoever gets us over, I'm putting your name on this beer. Dragon Slayer, we're going to get you that jersey, my man. Dragon Slayer, what jersey do you want? What jersey do you want, Dragon Slayer? That's $400 in supers right there from the legend. Let me just make note of that. Dragon Slayer ain't messing around today. Let's see. I think I have Dragon Slayer's address. That's from Venmo, right? Dragon Slayer, where I have your address. Sergio Reyna, a $2 super chat. Yeah, what do I think about Juice being released, though, to answer your question, as you made it rain? Niners are ushering in a new era of Niners football. You know, you move on from a mainstay in Debo. You move on from a mainstay in Kyle Juszczyk, who came to the Niners with John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan all the way back in 2017. He was the longest tenure Niner. I also think, notably, it signals a shift from less 21 personnel to more 12 personnel, 2 tight end sets. And Luke Farrell, the tight end that they signed, he could probably handle a lot of the duties that Kyle Juszczyk had. Two players who also can play different positions but help fill the void of what you lose with Kyle Juszczyk. Cam Scadaboo and Tyler Warren.
Man, the double hundreds at a Dragon Slayer. Got to give you a cheers for that. Somebody on Eagles can match that 100, get them back in the race. I will do my first beer bong of the day here.
Oh, wow.
Somebody match it.
$100 super chat on Eagles, and Chip is doing a beer bong.
But cheers to Dragon. Also got a 2 from Sergio. What will the Niners QB room look like next year?
No idea. Right now it's Brock Purdy and Tanner Mordecai. Joshua Dobbs signed with the Patriots. Please don't bring back Brandon Allen.
And we got Cameron Esel with another one. Cameron Esel's been getting them in. Could Drake Nugent start at center?
Drake Nugent is a starting option at center. He was really good at Stanford, really good at Michigan. I liked him as a UDFA signing by the Niners. That is a player who maybe San Francisco is high on. And they could go cheap there and get good bang for the buck. And then if they start Ben Barch or Spencer Burford at left guard, that can be an affordable option at that left guard spot.
Seen a few people mention Von Miller on the Eagles side of things. Look, Von Miller, Hall of Famer, obviously, of course. All-time great, but at this point in his career, he might be cooked.
Yeah, Von Miller had 6 sacks last year, pretty good, but Howie Roseman really has a no-tolerance policy with domestic abuse stuff. And Von Miller has that unfortunate track record.
Angela G checking in.
Angela G! How goes it?
Get that super chat up here, Angela. Here it is from the lovely Angela G.
Angela G, hope all is well. Hi, Chase, Chip, Eagles family, go Birds. Asking for prayers for myself, husband, and kids. Found out last night cancer spread in my brain. Thank you. Thoughts and prayers are with you. Hope your treatments go well. You're going to beat this thing. Stay strong in the process. Keep the faith. I know you had that brain MRI, so we love you, Angela G. Thinking about you, your husband, and your kids. No doubt about it. And go Birds, of course.
We love you, Angela.
Logan with the $5 super chat on the Niners report. Do you see Shanahan changing up his offensive strategy and his scheme this season with these releases and draft picks? What kind of offense do you see us running? I don't think the offense changes. I think some of the personnel groupings and personnel packages change. For instance, you do less 21 personnel and more 12 personnel. 21 personnel, 2 running backs, 1 tight end, 2 wide receivers. And so Kyle Juszczyk was used there. 12 personnel, 1 running back, 2 tight ends. And you run some power football there. Dragon Slayer, a $100 super chat. Stay strong, Angela. Prayers and pray your way, but go Niners. Hey, I love that. You send some prayers, but you also let Angela know that you're riding with San Francisco.
Man, Dragon Slayer.
That gets us up to 872. Once we get to 1,000, I'll do a shotgun here. That'll be the second shotgun, and whoever gets us over, I'm going to put your name on this beer. We're going to shotgun it for you. If it's multiple people who get us over, I'll put all of your names on there.
I think Dragon Slayer now is maxed out. That's $500 sent in the stream by Dragon.
500 from Dragon. What a legend.
For that, Dragon, I'm going to give you a chug, man. Maxing out. That's stuff of legends, Dragon.
Everybody type DS in the chat. DS in the chat. That's our Super Chat MVP right there. $500 in Super Chats. You are goated. Matt Keller. Good to see this legend again. $20 Super Chat. I was so disappointed to see Dre Greenlaw go. Hopefully they get somebody good. Watch out for D. Winters. He plays with that fire, tenacity, and aggressiveness that Greenlaw played with. But you can play with those traits, but can you be instinctual like Dre Greenlaw? You can't coach that. You either have it or you don't. And we'll see if D. Winters can do that. Because sometimes he's not instinctual. Sometimes he doesn't play with the same feel. That's why he's out of position. But he does play the game in a very entertaining way. Puka Nacua is changing his jersey number to 12. That was the number he wore at BYU. Matthew Short, $5. Chase, what are we doing in free agency? Niners clearly not doing much. Richie Grant, Luke Farrell, and Patrick Taylor. The moves. Matt Keller, Troy Greenlaw's a Niners legend. Him and Fred Warner, one of the top linebacking duos in the NFL. Unfortunately, outside of 2022 and 2023, he was injured a lot. So we'll see if he can stay healthy with Denver getting that $35 million contract. Matthew Short, not a good free agency period for the Niners, but here's the thing with free agency. We've seen a lot of teams overpay, and a lot of teams pay great money to good players. Niners haven't been willing to do that. Chorizo 2.0 with Ward gone. Do you think they'll sign a cornerback or draft? Yes, I do think they'll do that. They need to. They have 3 cornerbacks under contract for next year. And you're going to need 5. Now, they did sign... they did sign Trey Tomlinson, who is the nephew of LaDainian Tomlinson. Now, this wasn't over the last 2 days. This was last week. They signed Trey Tomlinson, and some Niner players were like, damn, he's kind of a dog. So he could have an opportunity at early slot reps. He was claimed off waivers, taken by the Rams in the 6th round of the 2023 draft. He played at TCU, same school as LaDainian Tomlinson. Jim Thorpe Award winner in 2022. First team All-American in 2022. Smaller guy, 5'9", 177. But at 25 years old, a young player. Who could be a slot guy for San Francisco. D3Z said Miles Sanders hands down for San Francisco. I wouldn't hate that. I wouldn't hate that as a running back depth piece. I think he'd be a good scheme fit too. Speaking of what the Eagles have done, signing Saquon Barkley, Zach Bond to contracts, Dorian Thompson-Robinson traded from Cleveland to Philadelphia, Kenny Pickett to the Browns. Howie Roseman traded Kenny Pickett for DTR in a 5th. It's a great move. A move that I hated, C.J. Gardner-Johnson traded to the Texans for Kenyon Green. 2 more $5 Super Chats, $93 away from 1,000.
Come on, baby. We're getting there.
2 5s from Matthew Short, Matt Keller.
Already made more Niners than we did yesterday. And that's pretty... I mean, it's obviously big shout out to Dragon Slayer for that. But nonetheless, setting records, baby. Here's the 5 from Matthew Short. Or this is the first one he had before. That we answered.
Answered that one.
He had another one here. Do you feel like the Niners are completely rebuilding?
Not a complete rebuild. Now, if they don't sign Brock Purdy to a contract extension, they don't sign George Kittle to a contract extension, that would signal a pretty massive rebuild. But they're still paying so much money to a lot of players on this team who are star players.
And then Matt Keller coming in with another 5. If the Niners sign Joey Bosa, can Nick elevate him and vice versa?
Yeah, because I think that 2 good edge rushers, they help each other out. Because they take away double teams from the other. And so I do think that Joey and Nick could complement one another. For sure. For sure.
Yeah, I mean, look, playing with your brother, that's got to give you some juice, man. Bob Smith letting you all know, don't forget to hit that like button. If you want the Niners, you want the Eagles to make a move here. Hit that thumbs up. Can we get to 200 likes on Eagles, 400 on Niners? To get them to do something.
I know. We're just in standby mode right now.
Yeah, I mean, not a lot across the leagues going on right now. Juwan Johnson just re-signed in New Orleans. So there's a tight end off the board. Patrick Ricard officially back in Baltimore. Why not sign Tyler Lockett? I think he still has some left in the tank.
Yeah, I don't think he fits the timeline at all.
That's fair. Has Howie Roseman passed concussion protocol yet? Give the man some time. Trust him.
After getting domed in the head by that beer?
Yeah, that's fair. Maybe he's still dealing with the ramifications. He didn't realize what he was trading CJ away for. Raheem Mostert reunion. It's a possibility. Mostert said that he's been in contact with the Niners, so it's certainly possible. Occam, I like the idea of Nicky Manwari on the Eagles. He is a freak.
Oh, dude, the South Carolina safety?
Yeah.
He is a dog. Unfortunately for the Eagles, I don't think he lasts until 32. But that's a player that I absolutely love.
Matt Keller, Matthew Short continue to pepper in some of these super chats. We'll pop these up here in just a second.
Matt Keller, thank you for your service, my brother. He said, just donating money since I got my bonus from re-enlisting in the Navy Seabees. My man, you're a legend. Thank you so much for your service. America! F yeah! Matthew Short, $5. Chase, do you feel like Brendel will be our starting center next year? I hope not. I hope not, Matthew Short. I would be in shambles if number 64 was snapping the ball to Brock Purdy in 2025. It's just not good enough. He's not strong enough with that lower half. Bad anchor.
It's a 3-year deal for Juwan Johnson with New Orleans. Cameron Ezel coming in with a 2. Cut Jake Moody. Chase mentioned earlier the free agent kickers are not good.
Yeah.
So
free agency kicker options stink.
Not going to get a much better option, probably.
So Devontae Adams paid Puka Nacua to get number 17 back. Candy!
Oh!
$50 super chat. Candy, let me make a deal with you. Candy. Candy, if you send in another $100 super chat, number 1, that gets us over 1,000. Number 2, I'm sending you a Niners jersey as well. $100 super chat, Candy. I'm sending you a Niners jersey. We can sign it for you if you want, or we'll just give it to you raw. Pause.
Making it rain,
Candy makes it rain.
Here's a beer, cheers.
And obviously you'll be in that raffle, Candy.
I was gonna ask, since we're giving Dragon Slayer a jersey, do you want to keep him in the raffle for another jersey still, or?
That's a good question.
Same if we. I'd
say take him out because he's already getting one.
Cool. So if we give one to Candy as well, then
Exactly.
But Candy, you're still in there for now.
Candy, $100. We'll give you that jersey. Matthew Short, Chase, I can't believe we didn't get Dahlman. I would have paid $14 million. The talk was that he took less to play with Ben Johnson and under Ben Johnson. I could see that.
Brian Pumper, $5. Howie's washed.
After he just had one of the best off seasons in the history of the NFL. I wouldn't say that.
Yeah, but he's cooked now. He's done. Come on, man. Come on. Justin Wisniewski, $5.
Is Goddard, or if Goddard were to be traded, who or what value would he be worth? 5th round pick? Deebo Samuel got a 5th. Dallas Goedert's injured a lot. He wants a new contract. Deep tight end draft class. I think he'd be worth the 5th. Maybe a 4th. Rick Nyers wants a jersey. Rick, you send in a $200 super chat. I'll send you a jersey, bro.
Just handing out jerseys here.
Juwan Johnson. Re-signing with the Saints. 3 years. $30.75 million.
You want to run through some of these moves that happened in the last couple hours or so?
Yeah, let's run through some of these moves here. By the way, $26 away from $1,000 on Niners. Whoever gets us over, I'm shotgunning for you.
Let's see. We'll start here.
All right, some of the recent moves that have happened pretty much today. Will Fries, 5-year, $88 million deal. Minnesota really wanted to get bigger, tougher, more stout in the trenches. They do that with Fries. They do it with Jonathan Allen. They do it with Javon Hargrave. They're a little bit soft, getting pushed around a little bit. And so I like what they've accomplished here. Minnesota going all in. They do have J.J. McCarthy as their presumed starting quarterback. Marco Wilson, 1 year, 1.5, Cincinnati Bengals. Solomon Thomas, 2 years, up to $8 million. Dallas Cowboys, a Niner legend. Not really. Kenyon Green, traded from the Texans to the Eagles. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and a 2026 6th to Houston. Can't wait to see what the psycho C.J. Gardner-Johnson does with D'Amico Ryans. I think that he can be an excellent player in that defense. Quentin Bell, 1 year, 1.5 with Miami. Daniel Jones, 1 year, 14, 13.15 guaranteed to Indianapolis. Oh! Candy! 100! Lex King! 100! Making it rain! Big time super chats. Let's go through these moves and then we'll react to those. Riley Dixon, 2 years, 6. Tampa Bay, the punter. Scott Daly, speaking of special teams, long snapper. Chicago, 1 year deal. Christian Fulton, 2 year, $20 million deal, $15 million guaranteed. Good cornerback signing for Kansas City. Laken Tomlinson, 1 year, 4.25 to Houston. Will Harris, 2 years, 8. Safety with Washington. Mario Edwards was playing well before the suspension, 2 years, 9.5. MJ Stewart also signing with Houston. Zay Jones, Arizona, 1 year, 4.4. Joe Tryon, 1 year, less than 5. Can the Browns get him on track? He has so much ability. Cavante Turpin, 3 years, 18, $6 million per for a gadget wide receiver in return, man. He's very dangerous. Patrick Ricard, 1 year deal. Fullbacks are people too, fully guaranteed. Tyrann Mathieu, rework deal, 1 year, up to 7.2 to stay with New Orleans. Darrynton Evans, running back. Buffalo, will James Cook get a deal? Anthony Nelson, 2 years, 10. Tampa Bay, Juwan Johnson, 3 years, just under 31. And then Jeremy McNichols, 1 year deal. We'll see what the details are, but was a part of that running back rotation last year with Washington. Candy! Yay, please sign. So let me see here. Let me check my email. I have Candy Winslow's email. And then Lax King, can you send me a super chat? Or can you send me an email, excuse me. Chase@chatsports.com. We'll pop up that email at the bottom of your screen. Lax King, I'll take my McCaffrey jersey now, please. Happy birthday to me. Chug, chug. We will chug for you.
For all these hundreds that have come in, I got about half this beer left, half this Happy Dad. I'm going to finish it off.
Dragon Slayer. He also sent in a Venmo to get us over 1,000. My man! Thank you so much for that. Lax King, you see my email down below. Chase@chatsports.com. Send me an email right now with your address so that we can send you a jersey too.
All right, here we go. Taking this down. Appreciate everybody. 1.1K on Niners.
Let's go.
Let's get it popping on Eagles too. 168. People obviously upset with the CJ trade.
And let's do this. If somebody on Eagles now sends in a $200 super chat, I'm going to send you an Eagles jersey.
All right, here we go. Taking it down.
Let's go.
To free agency, baby. I'm making moves. Let's go.
Take it down.
Ugh.
All right, we got Dragon Slayer, we got Candy, and we have Lax King. All going on the Happy Dad. I already sent Candy a hat, so yes, we're going to send Candy a jersey as well.
Black Mask. He said, send me 200 and I'll send you my signed Dre Greenlaw jersey.
Black Mask, come on, man. We sent that to you.
That's funny.
I know we sent it to you, and he's no longer with the Niners, but he is kind of an all-time Niner. Even though he didn't stay with the Niners for a long time, and he missed a lot of time, still goes down as like a legendary player for the way that he played the game and a fan favorite. All right. Candy, Dragon Slayer, Anthony, and Lax King. The shotgun's for you.
Chug, 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 chug. Not a drop spilled, by the way. Not a drop spilled.
You know what's crazy? Jalix Hunt got fined for doing this.
Being a banned on YouTube for doing it?
He shot an arrow into the sky, and it was deemed a violent gesture by the NFL.
Ridiculous.
Rick Nyers, whose jersey would I get? A Niners jersey of your choosing.
Have we gotten any Venmos for our 50-50 here?
No, Dragon Slayer, the only one to send in a Venmo.
Man, we want to do a 50-50 raffle, but we got to get Venmos to do it.
Yeah. I'd say maybe save that for the end of the week because nobody's biting the bait.
It's no big deal. You can always save that for a later time. John Galt, I thought y'all drank Yingling Lager. Not on the show, man.
I love Yingling, man. We've drank Yingling multiple times on the show.
I couldn't do that on the show.
Yeah, but when we're live for several hours, like we are, drinking a lot of Yinglings is not ideal. But if I go to a bar, that's one of my go-tos, and it is my favorite beer.
Allie's dad would love you. He only drinks Yingling.
Yep.
You know what? They're actually coming down in a couple months.
HVAC Greg. I got to meet them.
Yeah. HVAC Greg wants to meet
Finally
you.
got to meet Jeff and Lisa Chipper after the Eagles Super Bowl parade.
Yep.
But got to meet Purple Rose and HVAC Greg.
John Anderson, Bosa has not officially signed yet. It has not happened. Slick Rick said it happened. But it has not happened yet.
Well, Anthony, here's the thing. I got your Venmo, but nobody else has sent in any 50-50s. So let's just put that on hold, and I can send you back that Venmo if you want.
All right, we'll put it on hold.
Yeah,
on the
we'll
back
put it
burner.
on hold. We still have our Super Chat menu, and Dragon Slayer is still in the Free Agency Hall of Fame. BK from the Bay, what up, man? Did Bosa officially sign yet? No, John Anderson. He did not.
Chase, if you had to guess, the two quarterbacks with the lowest passer rating in the NFL over the last 2 years. Hint, they are both now on the same team.
Among starters?
Yes.
Oh, Daniel Jones and Anthony Richardson.
Yep. The two lowest passer ratings the last 2 years, now both in the same team. And they're having a quarterback competition, the battle of mid. Imagine Daniel Jones wins that job. Anthony Richardson, man, has not worked out up to this point. Best players available for the Eagles. I can go through here some of these top players. I mean, Amari Cooper is maybe the top guy left, but I don't really think an Eagles target. We talked about Justin Simmons at that safety spot. If you want to go out and get some more safety competition, Justin Reed's a good player for the Chiefs. Julian Blackmon, Juan Thornhill, Jordan Whitehead, Xavier Woods. You can bring Marcus Epps back. Jordan Poyer. Rodney McLeod.
Rodney McLeod, man, he's still playing.
Some good corners out there as well. You know, if Slay really is gone and you want to bring in someone else, I know you have some young guys you like, but Asante Samuel Jr., Rasul Douglas, Mike Hilton, former DPOY, Stephon Gilmore, Kendall Fuller, Dane Jackson, Eagles legend Ronald Darby, Eagles legend James Bradbury. You got Jeff Okudah, Trey White, who's cooked, Niners legend Emmanuel Mosley. Still a lot of corners out there. Eric Stokes. High draft pick for the Packers not too long ago. Close your ears, Dennis, but Avonte Maddox is a free agent.
Maddox, free agent. Oh, here's C.J. Gardner-Johnson on being traded to the Texans. Let's see what he said here.
They woke us up out of his sleep. Then he woke me up out of my sleep. Bitch, all I remember him saying, man, I'm getting traded. I said, what?
Buddy.
Ain't no fucking way. Fuck around. He on the phone with the GM and shit. They talking about, man, we gonna get you out of here.
Type shit.
All that bullshit. Happening shit. And hey, they made the move.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I thought they were fools.
Thought it was April Fools.
I ain't lie. I saw 3-1. I'm like, man, they were fools. They damn sure got me. They playing crazy with me right now. But nah, it wasn't no love lost. It wasn't no bad blood. It
No bad blood.
It was a great phone call. Great phone call. It was an amazing phone call to be all the way thorough. Great phone call. Situation is, them young guys got to get paid in Philly.
Young guys got to get paid.
Reed, Zach, all them guys got to get their money. They deserve it. You know, me getting older, so I got to understand, like, it was no bad blood.
No bad blood.
So, you know, shit. All I asked them was, like, between me and y'all, like I told them, I just want to go somewhere where I could play winning football. I ain't asked for a specific place. I just, feel me? This honesty. I just want to play winning football. Like, I ain't even saying a lot. Other than that, you know, I woke up next day and boom, there it is. So shit, we in Houston.
All right. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, no bad blood. Just wanted to go somewhere where he could play winning football. Didn't ask for a trade to a specific spot. And said, the young guys got to get paid. Interesting stuff. All right, here's what I think we could do. I think we could talk some Eagles here. Anybody watching on Eagles now? You want us to do an Eagles segment? You want us to talk Trey Hendrickson, Justin Simmons? Howie making a big move? If that's the case, type me in the chat. Type me in the chat on Eagles if you want us to talk some birds here.
I know Philly 1011 does. Asking any rumors on who the Eagles are going after. It's what we're about to talk about if y'all want us to.
Lax King, I got your email. So, what do we have? What do we have here? Jersey giveaway. We have Dragon Slayer. We have Candy, Winslow. And we have Lax King. That's it, right? Dragon Slayer, Candy, Winslow, Lax King. Shane Bowman, Kyle Barnett, Ryan Rowe, Reginald Walker, Robert Serrata, Jesse Salazar. Bruh, I'm out. Bruh, where are you going?
Man, people are really so pissed at Howie. It's crazy. I get it, but like, look, the track record speaks for itself, man.
Dude, you know which athlete is totally cooked? Tiger Woods. Torn Achilles.
Oh, no. That might be it.
Ah, brutal. As I began to ramp up my own training and practice at home, I felt a sharp pain in my left Achilles, which was deemed to be ruptured. That sucks. All right, Chip, I'm going to give you a little loose scrizzy here.
Little loose scrizzy. It's the best kind of scrizzy.
Scrizzy, scrizzy.
Logan Iselt with another $5 super chat over on Niners. We'll pop that up here in just a moment. All right, here that is. Logan, will the Chiefs have a Super Bowl hangover? AFC looks stacked. How will Gino do in the Raiders? Look, the Chiefs, at the end of the day, man, until somebody proves they can beat them in the playoffs in the AFC side of things, then I don't say you can really go against them. Making it once again. The Bills, the Ravens, we'll see if the Steelers can land Aaron Rodgers. Certainly a lot of good teams in the AFC and a lot of good quarterbacks in the AFC, but the Chiefs just continue to do it every year. So how will Geno do on the Raiders? They still have a lot of other problems. The O-line is fine. They need a running back. They need receivers. I don't think Geno's somebody that, like, is just going to carry his squad. He was good with the Seahawks. Had some good weapons, though. Not a great O-line. So if they draft a Genty, if they draft a Ted McMillan, bring Amari Cooper back, then, who knows. But I still don't see the Raiders as a playoff team, really, especially in the AFC where things are so stacked. Good for them, though, to finally, find an answer at quarterback. Howie season. Geno is an answer? He's an answer. He's not the answer. But it's better than what they've had. All right. Who is ready to talk some Eagles? Come on, man. Zach Wilson? Zach Wilson. Get out of here with that. He'll make the Raiders better, Geno Smith? Yeah, I mean.
Zach Wilson signed with the Dolphins. I actually kind of like it.
Pete Carroll's coach of the year. Look, the Raiders have, they've done good things. I do like what they've done. That doesn't mean I, think that they're all of a sudden some contender. But definitely way ahead of where they were last year. That is for sure.
All right. Talk about a potential Trey Hendrickson trade to the Eagles coming up here in a moment. All right. All right, 212 people watching live on Eagles. 174 likes, 26 likes away from 200. Easy math, even though I failed elementary algebra in college. Hit that thumbs up icon, like the video. And then our Niners stream, absolutely popping off today. $1,100 in Super Chats with 430 people hanging out. Dave, how about a trade rumor? BA to the Browns. If nothing else happens over the next couple of hours, I can talk about that for sure. I could talk about that for sure. $18 subscribers away, by the way, from 115,000 subs on Eagles Now. If you're watching the show and you haven't subscribed, do so right now. Daily and year-round coverage. You don't want to miss how we're moving. Cool. Who's having fun? Who's enjoying free agency? Type me in the chat. It's so funny. People will talk to me here at Chat Sports, my coworkers, and they're like, Chase, how does it feel to have two channels with teams who either make it to the NFC Championship game or Super Bowl every year pretty much? And I'm like, it's awesome. Once free agency comes, sometimes it can get boring. And now the Niners and Eagles, the two channels that I host, the two channels that I love, not doing jack shit in NFL free agency. But I'd rather have an active regular season and playoffs compared to the offseason. I mean, think about this too, right? The Chicago Bears are back-to-back-to-back offseason champions. Hasn't resulted in wins. All right. Let's talk about it here. What's up, brother? I love that. That's sick. I wanted somebody to flex their creative muscles. Hell yeah. Yeah. We'll bring somebody on the strip for a $1 super chat. All right. I will say this. $100 super chat on either stream, Eagles or Niners. I'll do a shotgun race with somebody here at Chat Sports. Shotgun race for a $100 super chat. All right, in the meantime, Eagles traded away C.J. Gardner-Johnson earlier. A lot of chatter that Howie Roseman has something cooked up. What could that move be? Let's talk about it here, live on the show. This is Philadelphia Eagles Now. My name is Chase Sr. Thank you so much for your continued support of the show. And be sure to lock us in and hit that subscribe button for year-round and daily coverage of the Eagles. Anytime I'm in front of this camera on a microphone, I want to give you content here on YouTube that is insightful, informative, entertaining, thought-provoking, where you have a voice. So join the movement, join the best Eagles community right here on YouTube, and hit that subscribe button right now. And I want to begin with this. What does Howie Roseman have in store following the Eagles' Super Bowl win in dominant fashion over the Kansas City Chiefs? And could Howie make a monster move after, up to this point, as we're well into day 2 of NFL free agency, the Eagles have been very silent. Now, the Eagles have made 2 trades in consecutive days to start off free agency. Howie traded away Kenny Pickett to the Cleveland Browns in exchange for a 5th-round pick and Dorian Thompson-Robinson. And then this morning, a shocking trade. Nobody saw this coming, including yours truly, where the Eagles traded away C.J. Gardner-Johnson, heartbeat of that Eagles defense in the 2 years that he's been with the Eagles, in 2022 and in 2024. One of the leaders of this team, a player who brings physicality, no fear, swagger, and confidence, big playmaking ability to that side of the ball. To the Houston Texans, he gets dealt to. And a 2026 6th-rounder to Houston in exchange for Kenyon Green, left guard, who with the Eagles probably has to play right guard, where they figure to have a vacancy because Mekhi Becton figures to get paid in free agency, and a 2026 5th-round pick also being sent to Philadelphia. For Kenyon Green, a former 1st-round pick who has been one of the worst guards in the NFL since the Texans drafted him out of Texas A&M, and he is now going to enroll in Jeff Stoutland University, where the Eagles hope Jeff Stoutland, the best offensive line coach in the NFL, can turn him into the player that the Texans thought he could be as he's in the final year of his rookie contract for under $3 million. And I think what Howie's thinking is here, in the future, the Eagles have some defensive studs who are going to be in line for big paydays. And C.J. Gardner-Johnson said this himself during a Twitch stream when talking about him getting dealt to Houston. He said, no bad blood. It was a great phone call. He thought it was an April Fool's joke. Then he looked at the clock and the calendar and saw Tuesday, March 11th. But he said something interesting. The players are going to need to get paid on that side of the ball. Reed Blankenship, and as we know, Jalen Carter, the Eagles paid Zach Bond. I think this Eagles defense is in a good spot with a lot of really talented youth pieces. Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith, Zach Bond is older, but they just re-signed him. Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, and Reed Blankenship on that back end. And the Eagles are very high on Sidney Brown to fulfill the shoes of C.J. Gardner-Johnson. But why would Howie Roseman make this move? They knew that when they re-signed C.J. Gardner-Johnson that sometimes he can get a little bit wonky. Sometimes he can be emotional and vocal. Sometimes things can go awry. That's why he's been on so many teams so far. Saints, Eagles, Lions, back with the Eagles, now with the Texans. Is Howie making this move because he has something big up his sleeve? After Chauncey Gardner-Johnson was traded to the Texans, Lane Johnson tweeted this out. Howie sees him, eyeball emojis. This was at 9:36, right after this big trade that came as a big surprise to everybody. Lane Johnson's been with this team for more than a decade. Lane Johnson's a future Hall of Famer potentially. He's one of the best Eagles of all time. He's very close with Howie Roseman, Jeffrey Lurie, and this front office. Does he know something that could come? They developed into a good player. And if they sign him now, they can get him at a discounted rate as compared to this safety market exploding. But who's going to start opposite of him? Just like Howie Roseman is showing confidence in Keatley Ringo at cornerback, showing confidence in Jalix Hunt at edge rusher, showing confidence in Moro Ojoma at defensive tackle. After the Eagles let Darius Slay, Isaiah Rodgers, Milton Williams, and Josh Sweat go, the Eagles like Sidney Brown, a former third-round pick, very physical, 4.4 speed, but they might need another safety. And Justin Simmons, a four-time All-Pro, who we talked about a lot last year, is a free agent. He played under Vic Fangio. He played under defensive backs coach Christian Parker, who was looked at as a rising star in the coaching industry. And he said to Pat Leonard on a podcast that the Eagles are high on his list for free agent destinations that he could go to. Because of Fangio and Parker, he also mentioned Washington and Dan Quinn as being high on the list and very interesting. While Justin Simmons is a four-time second-team All-Pro, he went to the Falcons last year. He wasn't great by any means. Probably had the worst year of his career. He's on the downside and the negative side of 30, probably on the back end of his career. In fact, I'm confident in saying that. But in 2024, as far as pass breakups, they were still there with 7. He did have 2 interceptions. Really good career with Denver, of course, where he was a decorated player and was a Pro Bowl level player. You're not asking Justin Simmons to be a starter on this team. You're asking him to be a backup potentially and or compete with Sidney Brown to be the starting safety alongside Reed Blankenship, and he has the scheme familiarity playing under Vic Fangio and for Christian Parker. So if Justin Simmons said the Eagles are high on the list, that tells me that the Eagles could have some interest, and after the trade of C.J. Gardner-Johnson, I think this could be a splash possibility for the Eagles in free agency as well. So 2 names who I wanted to talk about as I record this show at about 4 o'clock Eastern on Tuesday, March 11th, day 2 of NFL free agency. Regardless of what happens, be sure to hit that subscribe button because I always have you covered right here on Philadelphia Eagles Now. How can we make that happen? Okay. Cool. Okay, cool. So just give the audience a heads up then, probably? Okay. Okay. So as some of you saw, we did cut out for a moment, and then we came back. We're having a successful stream here, day 2 of free agency. In order to get that video up on the YouTube channel that we just recorded, we're going to have to stop the stream really quickly and then come right back. So if you're hearing us right now and you're going to continue to hang out here with us, I want you to like the video and type me. And if it cuts out, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back momentarily. So we're back here on the show. If you're hearing me right now, I want you to hit that thumbs up icon, like the video, and type me. I want you to hit that thumbs up icon, like the video, and type me.
We back? We back? All right, looks like we're all Gucci. Thank y'all for bearing with us. Busy time of the year. A lot of channels live here at Chat Sports. Our internet provider's hearing it right now, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
And trust me, we know.
Hot seat internet provider.
Guarantee every one of you have dealt with internet issues in the past. Again, they're trying to hold us down. But we get content out no matter what.
All right, 358 people watching live on the 49ers Report. We're over $1,000 in Super Chats. Deal still applies on Eagles Now. Somebody sends me in a $100 Super Chat. I'm sending you an Eagles jersey of your choice. We're $30 away from $200 in Super Chats on Eagles Now. Let's show them the Super Chat battle chip, because I'm actually very surprised that Eagles fans didn't come to play today. They came to play yesterday, not coming to play today. Eagles fans, where you at? 1,100 on the Niners Report. 170 on Eagles Now. Can we at least get to 200? Inflation. You know what? Inflation's going down. I just looked at a map. It's going down. Egg prices going down.
We finally have another move, not with the Eagles or Niners, but Mike Hughes re-signing with the Falcons, 3 years, $18 million.
Okay.
So that's another cornerback off the board.
Tony T, we're lamenting the CJ trade. Hey, man, I hear you. That's a tough one. I definitely hear you on that. It's a tough scene. All right. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. Chip, you want to give some shout-outs, chop it up with the people?
Yes, sir.
Maybe recap some of the moves that have happened, whatever you want to do.
Yep.
But let me use the bathroom here real quick, and then I'll be back. We've already been live for more than 3 hours. Lots of videos, lots of content, and I'll be back here in a moment.
All right, we'll run through the moves that happened today. Go through everything that we've seen so far. Been a lighter day. I just chopped it up with y'all. So here are all the moves starting from this morning. Vikings continue to build up the trenches, signing Will Fries to a big 5-year, $88 million deal. Good interior offensive lineman there. Also signing Javon Hargrave after they previously added Jonathan Allen. So former Niner, former Eagle. Both channels can relate to this one. Disappointing tenure with the Niners. After that first year, dealt with injuries. Post-June 1 release. So once he's officially released tomorrow, he will sign with the Vikings as well. Marco Wilson. Corner from Florida, 1 year, $5 million deal. $1.5 million, with the Bengals. Solomon Thomas, former Niner. 2 years up to $8 million with the Dallas Cowboys. So I guess they're going all in. They're going all in. Also, earlier this morning, C.J. Gardner-Johnson traded in a shocking move to the Houston Texans for Kenyon Green, former first-round pick, who has been pretty bad for the Texans, but maybe Jeff Stoutland can get something out of him. We do have a video up on the channel from this morning, going through the trade and everything, so after we sign off here, don't go watch it yet, but after we sign off our live show, if you want some more info on that, and know Chase's overall reaction and thoughts, go check out that video. Quentin Bell, linebacker, $1.5 million deal for 1 year with the Dolphins. Daniel Jones, Danny Dimes, Vanilla Vic, whatever you want to call him. A 1 year, $14 million deal with the Colts, and the Colts have said they're going to have an open quarterback competition with him and Anthony Richardson, the two quarterbacks that have the lowest passer rating the last 2 seasons, duking it out for QB1 in Indianapolis. The battle of, I don't even want to say the battle of mid. That is the battle of bad right there. Riley Dixon, punter, 2 years, $6 million with the Bucks. 1 year deal for Scott Daly, long snapper for the Bears. Christian Fulton, LSU guy, 2 years, $20 million deal, corner for the Chiefs. Laken Tomlinson, also a former Niner many years ago. 1 year, just over $4 million there with the Texans, really reshaping that offensive line, trading Laramie Tunsil as well. Big time deal, trading him to the Commanders. Speaking of the Commanders, Will Harris, safety, 2 years, $8 million to head to Washington. Mario Edwards and MJ Stewart, both signing with the Houston Texans. Zay Jones, wide receiver, signing a 1 year, $4.5 million deal with the Cardinals. Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, 1 year, just under $5 million with the Browns. Kevontae Turpin got a 3 year, $18 million deal with the Dallas Cowboys. Highest paid primary special teamer in the league. Can obviously do some things on offense as well as a gadget guy. Showed a little bit more as a receiver, but his size, really hard to get him involved in that side of things. But an electric returner, probably the best in the game. Patrick Ricard, fullback, staying with the Baltimore Ravens. Tyrann Mathieu restructuring his deal to stay with the Saints. 1 year, up to 1.72. Furthermore, Darrington Evans, running back, signing a deal with the Bills. Those details to be announced. Anthony Nelson, linebacker, 2 years, $10 million with the Buccaneers. Juwan Johnson re-upping with the Saints, 3 years, just over $30 million to stay in New Orleans. Jeremy McNichols, 1 year deal, running back with the Commanders. And then the move that just happened, Mike Hughes, returning to the Falcons, 3 years, $18 million there. So a slower day than it was yesterday for sure, especially for Eagles and Niners. Niners making one small move, signing Richie Grant this morning at that safety spot, formerly of the Atlanta Falcons. A high draft pick, too. I believe Richie Grant was a second-round pick. Let me double-check that. Out of UCF. Let's see. Yeah, drafted in the second round in the 2021 NFL draft by the Falcons. Out of UCF. But hasn't lived up to that second round billing there at that safety spot. Excuse me. So that's what we have so far. Free agency day 2. Let's chop it up. Who do you think right now is the best free agent available for your squad? So Eagles fans, let me know. Niners fans, you let me know. The best free agent available that you think would fill a need. Some of the top free agents available across the board. Kind of go position by position here as I pull this list up here. Jordan says Tyler Lockett for the Niners. Chase was mentioning not a great scheme fit with San Francisco, but was released by the Seahawks, and I do think he still has some good football left in him. Aaron Rodgers. Yeah, that Aaron Rodgers to San Francisco ship has sailed. Justin Simmons for the Eagles. Just talked about Justin Simmons here on the show. Somebody we talked about last year. Obviously ended up with the Falcons, but down year. I love this name that William Bucher brings up. Azeez Ojulari was having a good year for the Giants. Still a young pass rusher. Got hurt, but losing Josh Sweat, Brandon Graham probably not going to return. Bryce Huff disappointing. You have Nolan Smith. Why not get another guy? And Azeez Ojulari. Another Georgia guy as well. A couple people mentioning Cooper Kupp for the 49ers. I kind of like that option. to play there in the slot. Still play with a contender. Trey Hendrickson, for both Eagles and Niners as a pass rushing target, would be a good option. Niners were potentially linked to Jameis Winston yesterday. Winston is still a free agent, so if they don't want Tanner Mordecai to be their backup quarterback, that could be a good option there. Other free agent quarterbacks that could be decent backups, Gardner Minshew, Marcus Mariota, both formerly with the Eagles, Drew Lock, Mac Jones, Carson Wentz. Some options there. At the running back spot, the Niners kind of set there. There's rumors that they're talking possibly bringing back Raheem Mostert, but some other guys, Nick Chubb, J.K. Dobbins, Rico Dowdle, Khalil Herbert, Gus Edwards. Miles Sanders got released by the Panthers today. Eagles, if they bring back Kenny Gainwell, it's a move I'd like to see happen. Retain Kenny Gainwell. You obviously have Saquon Barkley, Will Shipley there. Some good receivers still available. Obviously, we mentioned Cooper Kupp, but Amari Cooper, Stephon Diggs. I would stay away from Deontay Johnson. Keenan Allen, Elijah Moore, Mike Williams, DeAndre Hopkins, Tyler Lockett, Brennan Cooks, a bunch of good veterans still out there. Demarcus Robinson, good in the red zone for the Rams last year. Nelson Aguilar, all hands team there. Olamide Zaccheaus, former Eagle as well. Some options at receiver. Madden King just got out of school. Who the Niners get? So they made two moves yesterday, bringing in the tight end, Luke Farrell. They brought back Patrick Taylor, and then today they signed a safety, Richie Grant. That's it. 49ers a contender? Maybe not. Maybe not. I see some people talking about O-line. Cam Robinson is still out there. He was traded from the Jags to the Vikings last season. Tyron Smith is old. Jedrick Wills, former first-round pick that hasn't panned out for the Browns, but do you take a chance there? Trent Brown is old. DJ Humphries has been pretty reliable, a veteran as well. Joseph Noteboom, Jackson Carman out of Clemson, shout out. Pretty thin along the O-line there, though. Of course, Joey Bosa named a monitor for the 49ers. There was some rumors earlier that Joey Bosa was being heavily linked to coming to San Francisco to play with his brother. Dragon Slayer, Diggs is a locker room cancer. That's how he's been portrayed at points. Hard for me to say, whether that's 100% the case or not, but he was having a good year with Houston before he went down with the ACL. So I think he can also still play, man. I think he can also still play. On the interior of the offensive line, you got Andre James. Of course, you have Mekhi Becton, who's still a free agent. Going to be interesting to see what his market's going to be. Speaking of Mekhi Becton, San Fran 49 $2 Super Chat. Thoughts on Becton to the Niners? I don't really see the Niners paying Becton. Now, if his market comes down a little bit and they can get him for a cheap price, then I do like him being in there. Now, the Niners like guys that can get out and really move. And Becton's a little bit bigger, a little bit more of a power guy, but when he does get on the move, he can run some people over. Now, some of the other top guards in free agency have been getting about $15 to $18 million a year. Do the Niners want to pay that? It might be smart. But I have a hard time seeing that they're going to be willing to do that. Brandon Sheriff, a veteran out there as well. Tevin Jenkins, if you want a younger option. Josh Myers. Now the Packers signed Aaron Banks. Josh Myers, who was a former second-round pick, I believe, maybe third out of Ohio State for the Packers. Shaq Mason, Kendrick Green, Coleman Sheldon, someone also just brought up as some interior offensive lineman depth. On the edge, of course, you got Joey Bosa, man, who we've been talking about a lot. But some other good vets, Matt Judon, who a little disappointing once the Falcons went out there and got him. He might be a little bit of a head case as well. DeMarcus Lawrence had a lot of good years for the Cowboys, but was injured last season. Zadarius Smith, also kind of been a little bit too active for my likings on the social media. Von Miller might be cooked. Dante Fowler, Leonard Floyd was just released by the 49ers. Football guy, who'd the Packers get? You know, we could do that right now. If you have a team that you're interested in outside of the Eagles or Niners, you want to know what they've done, who they've got, let me know, and we could run through some of these teams and what they have done. So for football guy, we can run through the Packers right now and the guys they have picked up in free agency. You know, usually a team that's not very active in bringing in exterior free agents, especially at high price points, but this year they've been pretty active. They brought back Isaiah McDuffie, 2 years, $8 million. Good special teamer. Brandon McManus, 3 years, $15 million to kick for them. And then they went big, spending money on Aaron Banks. Got a 4-year, $77 million deal. So he leaves San Francisco, goes to Green Bay. Was better a couple of years ago. Had a pretty down year and a contract year last year. But Green Bay, good at identifying and developing talent along the offensive line. So we'll see if that works out for them. Certainly, possibility he does play well. But the Niners never would have gotten him at that price. Also bringing in Nate Hobbs, one of the better slot corners in the league. 4 years for $48 million. Only $16 million guaranteed, so I like that deal for Green Bay. And that's the 4 moves that Green Bay has made up to this point. So 4 guys that they have retained, brought in this year. And only losing 1 guy to free agency thus far. And that is TJ Slaton, who signed with the Cincinnati Bengals. So some good additions for the Packers, who look to be a contender once again. In the NFC with Jordan Love. Let's see. Any other teams that we're looking at here? So that's the Packers. Where's Chase? Chase is refueling a little bit. We've been live for about 4 hours at this point. 3.5 hours. He's got to get some food, little reset, so he'll be back. He'll be back, but until then, I'm holding down the fort, chopping it up with the people. Again, if you have another team you want to know about, I see Detroit from DZ, so we can go through the additions Detroit has made. Derek Barnes signing an extension, linebacker, 3 years, $25.5 million, 16 guaranteed. Good money there for Derek Barnes. They got a loaded linebacker core over there in Detroit. Anthony Pittman, another linebacker, along with Zeke Turner, all signing with the Lions. Marcus Davenport, listed as a linebacker. He's an edge rusher. He'll be back with Detroit. 1 year, just under $5 million there. And then one of my favorite signings of the entire free agency cycle, DJ Reed, signing a 3-year, $48 million deal with the Lions, 32 guaranteed. Compared to what some other corners got, I think that's a steal of a contract for DJ Reed. Kind of under the radar, a really good player because the Jets have been so bad and they've had Sauce Gardner. People have a little bit overlooked DJ Reed, but he's been one of the better corners in the NFL over the past couple of years. Over there for the Jets, I think he's going to be really, really good. For the Lions, they need to help a corner. Now him and Terrion Arnold, a man in the outside. A talented cornerback duo for Detroit, looking to revamp that defense, which just a little too leaky last season. Need some more talent there. And then bringing back Dan Skipper. He's a guy that they like to throw the ball to on the offensive line there. So it makes sense for them to retain him. Just 2 losses for Detroit. Carlton Davis, who signed a big deal with the Patriots. He got more money than DJ Reed. I think DJ Reed's a better player, frankly. And then Ifatu Melifonwu, also leaving, signing with the Dolphins. Athletic freak. At his size, coming out, he ran like a 4. He might have ran in the 4.3s. I'm tripping. He ran a 4.48, but look, at his size, 6'2", 205, he was an athletic freak and just hasn't really panned out to translate to actual skill on the field, but he's gone as well. Let's see. Any other Chase is at the bar? Definitely not. Jordan asking about the Chiefs. Before we get to the Chiefs, I do want to go through some super chats that we just got. Got a couple supers to go through on the Niners side of things, so we'll get to those. Let's see here. We got we end off with here. Matthew Short. Don't think we got to this one. With what we are not doing in free agency, is there any hope the O-line will be addressed? They have to address it in the draft, and I'm sure they will in the first couple of rounds. They have to finally start prioritizing it because look at what the Eagles did. Eagles fans know how he builds up that O-line every offseason, always drafts an O-lineman. Building the trenches is what helped them win the Super Bowl this year, and it has to be a focus for the Niners because they've been too soft up front. That's why they let some of these guys go. They need to upgrade there. Trent Williams also not getting any younger. Have a good piece in Dominic Pooney, but outside of that, man, either old or just not good. So it has to be a priority. Mac Tiz, $10. Everybody thought the Bills were rebuilding last year. They still made the AFC Championship game. As long as we have a good draft, we'll be okay. You know, you bring up a good point. A lot of people thought the Bills were really going to fall off heading into this past season because they lost a lot of good players. But difference is, Bills have Josh Allen. Brock Purdy is good, and obviously he's been to a Super Bowl, 2 NFC Championship games, but not the level of Josh Allen. Cannot carry a team. So, yes, you need a good draft. Had a good draft last year. You feel confident they can have another good one this year with a high pick, number 11, but losing a lot of guys that have been here for a while, that have been good players, you absolutely have to hit on these draft picks if you want to be back in playoff and NFC West contention this year. Just has to happen. San Fran 49. Thoughts on Becton and the Niners? So I touched on this a little bit when it first came in. On the surface, I think Becton would be great for the Niners. Now, some people have concerns, and I think this maybe isn't why he's been signed yet. How much of what we saw from Becton last year is him actually rebounding and being the player that people thought he could be coming out of the draft? How much was it playing in a really good situation with the Eagles? And will the Niners be willing to pay him over $15 to $18 million a season? I'm not sure. And is he a good scheme fit in San Francisco? With that Shanahan-style scheme and the wide zone offense. I like him more in a power type of system. Although he can move a little bit well for his size. Not quite the guy that they usually look to go for along that interior. $5 from Grind Time Fun. What up, Aver? This is L. This is the old age. It is one of the ones near the new kitchen over there along the wall. It's so there's the one in the main bullpen right there, Then the one next to it is I. Then the one next to that is H. It's H-I-J. Yeah. Grind Time Fun. Do you think the 49ers releasing Leonard Floyd means the Bosa signing? If you don't get Bosa, we better have a damn good draft for the inside O-line and D-line, no depth, MAGA. So I would think that Leonard Floyd being gone does signal Joey Bosa signing with the Niners. Now, it hasn't happened yet, but it just makes so much sense, right? Obviously, the Bosa brothers, you had the connection there. They've talked about wanting to play together. Their mom has talked about wanting Joey to team up with Nick in San Francisco. You probably won't have to pay him all that much money. He's very, very injury prone, so I wouldn't want to give him a whole lot of money. And even when he's been on the field these past couple of years, he really hasn't been great. He's played just 30% of snaps over the past couple of seasons. But if you can get anything out of him, of course, a former Pro Bowl, All-Pro level player that you hope can just get past these injury issues that he's had. And again, have to address O-line and D-line in the draft. Has to happen. Shane Kirshner, $10. I think bringing in Joey, then drafting a D-tackle and an edge high will be a big boom for us. Sign a tackle to compete at right tackle to improve the trenches. Yes, so, it depends who's there at 11. Mason Graham, don't think he's going to fall to 11. Now, do you trade up a little bit for a player like that, who I think is maybe not generational? I think we throw that word out a little bit too much, but he's a blue-chip prospect for sure. Don't think he's going to fall. There's a couple of good edge players that could be there. Mike Green has the off-field concerns that, teams are going to really take a serious look at, but at the edge, he could be an option. Shamar Stewart, Shamar Turner. But you can also just go tackle at 11. Armand Membu, can Will Campbell play tackle? Is he more of a guard? Kelvin Banks, is he more of a guard? But absolutely D-tackle, edge, offensive line, tackle in particular on that right side. Got to figure something out. Because it's just way too soft and not good enough. It's just not good enough. Shout out Shane for that 10. We're up to 1.2K now on Niners and Super Chat. Still sitting at just 170 on Eagles. Eagles fans, where you at? If someone sends in a $50 Super Chat right now on Eagles, I will do a beer bong. You'll be in the Hall of Fame. And I'll give you 5 tickets for the jersey raffle. Anybody who sends in a $50 Super Chat in the next 10 minutes. 5 jersey raffle tickets. You normally only get 2 for $50. I'll do a beer bong, and you're in the free agency Hall of Fame.
Let me add this too. I'll do a beer bong on Eagles if we get that $50 Super Chat.
Let's go.
Beer bong from me as well if we get that $50 Super Chat on Eagles.
2 for the price of 1, baby.
Where the real ones at?
Let's see, we just got another 10. Or was that Shane's? That was Shane's. All right, so we're all caught up there.
Ryan, yes, you are right. Niners have the most dead cap space in the NFL at $72 million. But, you know, it's interesting too. The Eagles were top 5 in dead money last year. And they still won the Super Bowl. It's all about really getting creative with some of your signing practices, how you manipulate the cap, you pulling off these financial gymnastics. Plenty of ways to make all of that happen.
Candy says, check your Venmo.
Candy.
Candy, what'd you do?
What did Candy do? Candy, $30 Venmo, said, let's see. Here for the world champs, put on their chat if you can. Oh, that got us to 200 on Eagles now. Okay. So Candy sent in the 30 to get Eagles now to 200.
There we go.
All right, as promised, beer bong. Let's get it. Let's go.
Slim Reaper!
Slim Reaper! $50 Super Chat. Gets us over 200. So Chip's going to have to do that beer bong. And then I said that I would do this beer bong as well. And I want to try something out. If you have a question, let's do a Super Chat mailbag. Just rapid fire send in Super Chats. They could be 99 cents. That's fine. But let's do a Super Chat mailbag here over the next several minutes. Any Super Chat that we get, we'll just answer them with the mailbag.
Slim Reaper making it rain.
Cheers.
It's starting to get hot in here. Gotta have to start stripping.
Oh, $75 from Anthony Mondragon.
Whoa!
On the Venmo. That's good stuff right there.
All right, I'm going to go get that beer bong, Slim. I'll be right back.
You want to get me another Happy Dad? Anthony Mondragon. Thanks for that Venmo. You're my man. You're the main man today. Anthony Mondragon. Going to take down one of these for you. Let's go. Legendary stuff. Cheers, brother. Why am I unable to connect to the chat on Niners? Let me refresh here. See what the people are saying. There we go. We're back. Lamar Blades, thanks for always doing an amazing job covering anything on the Niners. Go Niners. Lamar Blades, thank you. I see you got that check mark with the YouTube channel. Good stuff. Ask me anything in the chat. Ask me anything in the chat. Leonard Floyd signed with the Falcons. Yes, he is signing with the Falcons. Good call. Yo, way too dolo. You had that comment before Adam Schefter had the tweet. That's legendary stuff. I actually like that pickup for Atlanta. They really needed another pass rusher. And they get that with Floyd, who had 8.5 sacks last year. Rafael Del Real, Cooper Kupp 1-year deal. Yeah, maybe. CT Niner, why did Debo block you? You know what's funny? Debo blocked me because last offseason I was talking about the 49ers trading him. And then an offseason later he demanded a trade and he got traded. Why haven't they cut or released Jake Moody yet? The kicker free agency market is not good. At the very least, they have to bring in kicker competition this offseason. Maxwell, how many licks until the center of the Tootsie Pop? A lot. Why don't you do it, film it, and then let me know your answer. You know, it's funny. Debo blocked me, got traded. C.J. Gardner-Johnson clapped back at me on Twitter, got traded. If you come at the king, you're going to get dealt. Leonard Floyd, Falcons. Tariq Zayed, $20 super chat. He is a first time super chatter. Thank you, Tariq. Man, Eagles fans really down bad today about the C.J. Gardner-Johnson trade. Sad. You know what shocked me about that Hendrickson-Simmons cut? It was under 8 minutes. I thought I was going forever on that. It was, yeah, they just added a double end screen. But, I mean, it's not on you. We were focused. Really? Let's see. Let's see. Oh, God. Oh, the Hendrickson got cut. That's brutal. Is that because of the stream cutting out? It just like quickly cut from Lane's tweet to Trey Hendrickson or to Justin Simmons. Sucks. That video's cooking right now. No, we were talking about Trey Hendrickson, a portion of our video, him getting cut out of it, not him getting cut by the Bengals. Look at this. What does the stream to file look like? Is it out? Is it not included? I think we have to delete it. Yeah. Damn, that's a bummer. All right, some technical difficulties on our end. Absolutely fucking brutal. Yeah, there was just no way because I was like, there's just no chance. That's why I was surprised by it, and then I was just like, it didn't even cross my mind that something could have skipped. Luke Gifford. Linebacker. Such a joke. I'll just delete that now, and then we'll re-record when we have a moment. 634 views in fucking 10 minutes. God damn. Yeah, it's not on you, but since the internet went out, like a whole portion of the video just like skipped. That's why it was under. Yeah. So we'll re-record that. I'll just communicate with y'all. Yeah. All right. Am I good to just delete that Eagles video? Really? I don't know what happened. Yeah, I mean, this one doesn't have it, so. Yeah, whatever. I'm just deleting. We'll just re-record that. No, just. Is it? I guess. Okay. Let's just focus on this Niners right now. And, all right, Niners making a signing here. Luke Gifford is the player who San Francisco is adding. Another special teams player for the Niners. Luke Gifford was undrafted in 2019 out of Nebraska. Was with the Dallas Cowboys 2019 through 2022. Tennessee Titans the last 2 seasons. He's been a really good special teams player since coming into the league. And so the Niners needed to get better on special teams. And they're doing that with some of their moves here. It's according to Tom Pelissero that Gifford signing with the Niners on a 1-year deal. After losing Dre Greenlaw, by no means is this a replacement for him. Gifford did have an interception of Joe Burrow while with the Titans. Cool. We'll just do Gifford and then run through all of their moves, who they've added, who they've lost. Let's see. Gifford had 101 coverage snaps, 11 pass rush snaps, 203 total snaps. More of a special teams player. Oh boy, people on Eagles now talking about Kensington. That's funny. It's a hellhole. All right, we ready to talk Luke Gifford? All right, let's talk Luke Gifford. Recent signing for the Niners. Let's get into it here. Welcome into the San Francisco 49ers Report. My name is Chase Sr. We continue our coverage of NFL free agency here on day 2. It's been pretty active for the Niners as far as letting players go, and a lot of the roster moves that they've made as far as bringing players in have been roster moves made on the fringes, on the peripheries. Included within that, some moves, hopefully, that are going to improve a Niners special teams unit that is looking to rebound in 2025 under Brant Boyer, new special teams coordinator, taking over for Brian Schneider after the Niners special teams unit in 2024 was an absolute joke. And San Francisco is signing linebacker Luke Gifford to a 1-year contract. Not sure what the money is yet, but it's going to be for a very affordable price. And since coming into the league, Gifford has been a special teams ace. So he figures to help that third phase of the game. Not much of a defensive player who's going to give Robert Saleh snaps. In fact, in 2024, while with the Tennessee Titans, he only had 101 coverage snaps, 11 pass rush snaps, 91 run defense snaps, and 203 total snaps on the defensive side of the football. Had a passer rating allowed of 96.5, 2 missed tackles, no sacks, 13 stops, 10 assisted tackles, and 24 solo tackles. His Pro Football Focus grades, nothing really to write home about because he's more of a special teams player, but did have a coverage grade in limited time of 66.7. The real value here for San Francisco is money, not paying him a lot, and him being able to help with special teams. 6'3", 243 pounds. He spent his first few years with the Dallas Cowboys, 2019 through 2022. He played his college football at Nebraska from 2014 through 2018. An undrafted free agent in 2019 who's been able to make a name for himself, playing special teams at the NFL level. Career NFL numbers, 94 tackles, 1 forced fumble, 1 fumble recovery, 2 pass breakups, and 1 interception. The lone interception that he has came off of Joe Burrow, one of the top quarterbacks in the NFL. In the pre-draft process, he ran a 4.68 40-yard dash at 243 pounds. He had a 10-yard split of 1.64, a 20-yard split of 2.68, a 20-yard shuttle of 4.21 seconds. His vertical jump, 35 inches. His broad jump, 10 feet and an inch. And he had 23 reps of 225 pounds on the bench press. And all of those numbers coming from his pro day when he was coming out of Nebraska. I know that a lot of Niner fans are hurt by what has happened in free agency. San Francisco making a lot of emotional moves, and it's very hard to see the likes of Deebo Samuel get traded, Kyle Juszczyk get released, Dre Greenlaw going to the Niners, Talanoa Hufanga going to the Niners. San Francisco is really kind of resetting, rebuilding to a certain degree on the fly. And this linebacker position is still a big question mark for San Francisco. You have Fred Warner coming back. Other than that, you're hoping that D. Winters can make a big leap. You're hoping that you can get something maybe from Jalen Graham, who was in that same draft class as D. Winters. You're hoping that maybe Tatum Bethune, a former 7th-round pick from the 2024 draft out of Florida State, can develop into a player. Will Luke Gifford get some linebacker snaps? We'll certainly see. I mean, when Zach Bond signed with the Eagles last year, you thought that he was going to be used as a special teams player, as a pass rusher. And then the Eagles, Howie Roseman and Vic Fangio, turn him into one of the best developmental stories in the NFL, where he became a first-team All-Pro and a finalist for Defensive Player of the Year, played tremendous football, was one of the leaders of that number 1 overall Eagles defense, and ended up getting paid $17 million per year in his late 20s. Could Luke Gifford become that? Maybe. I don't expect it to happen. What I expect to happen is that Robert Saleh on defense is going to be able to maximize players. The scheme is going to be a lot more buttoned up. The details are going to be ironed out. And players are going to be able to develop and put in positions to make plays under Saleh because that's what really good coaches do. So Luke Gifford to the Niners, 1-year contract, special teams ace. And you think about some of the moves that the Niners have made with external free agents. Richie Grant, special teams value. Patrick Taylor, special teams value. Luke Farrell, special teams value. Luke Gifford helping out there as well. So grade the signing, A, B, C, D, or F. Comment what you think down below. This 49ers polo, great deal thanks to our friends at Fanatics. Was $80, now on sale for $43. Get yours today at chatsports.com/49polo. That's chatsports.com/49polo. I've worn this polo during a lot of the watch parties, and you can get yours today at nearly 50% off. So, the Niners' free agency move so far. San Francisco signing Luke Farrell to a 3-year, $20.25 million contract. He gets $11 million in guaranteed money. With the Niners bringing back Luke Farrell, think about how their run game suffered without a good tight end, too, who can block. Charlie Warner, Ross Dwelly. That's what Luke Farrell is, in addition to being a good special teams player. And last year, he was one of the top blocking tight ends in the NFL. Patrick Taylor, backup running back, more of a special teams player. He signed a 1-year deal with San Francisco. The Niners placed a second-round tender on running back Jordan Mason. That means that if another team wants to sign him, they have to forfeit a second-round pick to the Niners. If the Niners bring him back on that second-round tag, Jordan Mason will play for just north of $5 million in 2025. Richie Grant, a safety, former second-round pick, signed by the Niners this morning. He spent his entire career previously with the Atlanta Falcons. He's still a young player. And then the Niners adding Luke Gifford on this 1-year contract as we continue to roll on NFL free agency on this Tuesday, March 11th. The Niners players who have departed and who have left: Deebo Samuel, traded to the Commanders. Jalen Moore gets $30 million to protect the blind side for Patrick Mahomes. Elijah Mitchell signed a 1-year deal with Kansas City, $3.5 million. Talanoa Hufanga, 3-year, $45 million deal with the Denver Broncos. Aaron Banks making more than $19 million per season in signing with the Green Bay Packers. Joshua Dobbs got a 2-year deal to back up Drake May. Charvarius Ward got a 3-year, $60 million deal, $20 million per to sign with the Indianapolis Colts. Trey Greenlaw got 3 for $35. He follows Hufanga to the Denver Broncos. Javon Hargrave signing with the Minnesota Vikings. Not sure what the dollar figures are there. And then Leonard Floyd, released by the Niners on Tuesday, and a mere couple of hours later, he signs with the Atlanta Falcons. Whenever the Niners make a move, we always talk about it right here on the San Francisco 49ers Report. I'm Chase Sr. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and get into the comment section right now. Who should the Niners sign next in NFL free agency? Okay. F from Robbie, D- from J. King. Bob Smith saying Bosa. And then do we have to re-record that Eagles one, or did Brett figure something out? Okay. That's brutal. Fuck. That video was cooking, man. Yeah.
All right, I still got to do my beer bong. Because I don't forget. I don't forget out here on these streets.
Nah, yeah, Chip has to do that beer bong.
It was...
After that $50 super chat from Slim Reaper.
Slim Reaper.
Slim Reaper makes it rain.
We don't forget here on the show. I'll do that. And then we have a couple super chats I don't think we got to yet on the Niners side of things. So we'll show those in a second. Let me down this drink.
Cool.
Leonard Floyd got picked up pretty quickly. What time is the raffle? The raffle will be whenever we sign off. Whenever we sign off.
Yep.
And let me not forget as well, because I said I would give you 5 raffle tickets for that one, Slim. So. It's $20 to get into our jersey raffle, and we only have 11 entries, but 3 different names on the Eagles side of things right now. So
Okay.
plenty of chances. Get into that jersey raffle, man. $20. It's Jay Brett. It's Alejandro Maldonado with 5 entries, and now it's Slim Reaper with 5 entries. Any Eagles jersey of your choosing, $20 to get in.
Sweet.
Same for Niners, $20 to get in.
Yeah, let's do last call on that, too. Last call on that. Dragon Slayer, I drank for your Venmo. And now Chip is going to do his beer bong.
Let's see. We got Wild Cherry and Wild Cherry. All right. I haven't done a good little beer bong in a minute. Going with a Happy Dad Wild Cherry action. Out of the Mirbonga.
Dragon Slayer sent another Venmo in? Oh! $100 Venmo from Dragon. All right, I'm going to do a shotgun then for that.
Woo!
100. Oh, shit.
Oh, no.
$100 Venmo from Dragon Slayer. Oh, no, I actually have one over here. You can open up that one that's going to spray everywhere.
Let's open it up right now.
Dragon Slayer. $100 Venmo. What a guy. What a guy. Our Super Chat MVP. Austin Scarberry. $50 Super Chat saying, what's up, boys?
Oh, really?
Good to have Austin back. Yeah, it's on Niners.
Why am I not seeing that?
This is for Austin and for Dragon Slayer.
Oh, there it is. I was delayed. Austin.
Let's go.
Here we go.
Man, we're almost to 1,300 in supers on Niners. Anthony Mondragon. You know what we should do? Can we give him a custom player card L3?
Yeah, sure.
Put his profile picture in the photo, and then Super Chat MVP, and then just on the written part like Dragon Slayer or something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
We're going to give Dragon Slayer a custom graphic here. Guy has just been a legend today. Absolute legend.
Where you at? Where you at, Dragon Slayer? There you at.
Justin Reed, former Chiefs safety, agreeing with the Saints on a 3-year, $31 million deal. 22 and a quarter guaranteed. Returning home to Louisiana.
How much in Venmo has he sent in?
He just sent in that 100. And then he sent in 500 with Super Chat.
So 600 total.
Yeah.
All right. Real quick before that, gotta show the 50 from Austin.
Austin Scarberry making it rain.
Let's go, Austin.
Hope all is well, Austin.
And then we also had this 20 coming in.
Tariq! Thank you for providing us with all of the live updates. Lifelong Niners fan, big fan of the show. Hate seeing so much talent walk out. Really hoping we hit big in the draft. Hey, man, salute to you. Thanks for supporting the show. And there's really no other option, right? The Niners need to hit big in the draft. John Galt, y'all need a nitrous tank. That would be crazy. Is that the one that makes you talk like this?
I think so.
I think that's it, right? San Fran 49, non-sports question. Is Chat Sports hiring? I've always wanted to know what you have to do in order to do this type of work. We're not hiring right now. We just made a wave of new hires. And what do you have to do? Got to be willing to work hard, show passion, grind it out, and just be legends. How's that even possible?
What happened? Oh, he took it from YouTube?
Oh, that's why.
I
Got
told him
it.
when I put it in the folder.
Okay. Yeah. I was walking to the bathroom. He's like, I think this is good. And then he was playing it for me, and it wasn't skipping. But I didn't go to, I didn't know the exact point that we lost internet. So I wouldn't have known. But, yeah. Yeah. Brutal. That video was cooking. Hopefully this one does well, too.
Shane, $10.
Shane Kirshner, $10.
Does this second 10 put me in for a jersey draw? You know what? For you, Shane, I'll do it. I'll do it for you, Shane.
Oh! Anthony! $200 Venmo!
Oh!
Anthony! The Dragon Slayer is slaying day 2 of free agency.
So that is now.
Incredible.
That's now 800?
Something like that, man.
Yeah. Let me update this number real quick.
The Dragon Slayer. Our Super Chat MVP. There he is. Anthony Mondragon. Known on YouTube as the Dragon Slayer. Sending in some monster Super Chats in Venmo. Incredible. Incredible. That's good stuff, man.
Definition of a real one. He'll
No
be getting
doubt.
a jersey.
Yep, we're sending Anthony a jersey for sure. Jackson Chapman, did we get Joey Bosa yet? No, sir.
Anthony's almost spent as much money as the Niners have in free agency. How about that? Just supporting the boys. Dragon Slayer, thank you, man. You're a real one. We love you.
Yep. What a guy.
All right, you said you wanted to do last call for the raffle?
Yeah, let's do last call for the jersey raffle. Last call for the jersey raffle. All super chats will get a shout out. $20 gets you into the jersey raffle. I'm going to put on a 5-minute shot clock. 5-minute shot clock. 5 minutes to send in a $20 super chat to get you into the raffle. $50 or more, you enter our Free Agency Hall of Fame, Dragon Slayer, bona fide MVP, free agency member. 100 for a beer bong, 200 for a shotgun. We've kind of been doing that all day. And for Dragon Slayer, sending in that Venmo, let me give him a little shambong as well.
How do the Saints have any money to sign Justin Reed?
Yeah, I don't know how the Saints have money to sign Justin Reed. So on the Eagles now and on the 49ers report, last call to get into our jersey raffle, and then we're going to spin that wheel to see who gets in. 5 minutes on the clock. We're at 1:12 right now. So we put up a poll question on Eagles now grading the CJ Gardner-Johnson trade. Let's see what the results are here. 64% D or F on 2,100 votes. Let me try to refresh, see if that's an updated number. Yeah, 2,100 votes. D/F.
Mine says 51.
5,100?
51%. I only have 1,500 votes for some reason. That's weird.
Oh, no, this is on the community tab. Yeah. That's the community tab. So last call for Super Chats, which means last call to enter our 50-50 raffle. Or no, our jersey raffle, excuse me.
Again, there's only 11 entries on Eagles, so if you get in now, you have a pretty good shot to win.
Exactly. 11 entries on Eagles. So if you get in now, you have a great chance to win. Last call. Last call. Great day yesterday on Eagles now. Today, people are just very depressed about Chauncey Gardner-Johnson getting dealt. We just surpassed 115,000 subs on Eagles, and we surpassed 158,000 subscribers on Niners. Anthony again! $100 Venmo!
Anthony!
Get out of here, man!
Dude!
What are you doing? He's going off. Anthony Mondragon. Both on the same team. Yeah. I was hoping that you didn't see the tweet. Dragon Slayer, man, he's just popping off today. He's just popping off. And what did he say? What did Dragon Slayer say?
That's $900.
He said, Chipper, take that shot. How much to get in on the Eagles jersey raffle? My boy's a fan. I mean, shit. Anthony, if you send in another 100 for your boy, we'll just send you an Eagles jersey off the rip. If you just send in another $100 Venmo, I'll just send it to you automatically. You don't even have to enter the raffle. We'll just send you an Eagles jersey. But if you do send that to me, let me know which Eagles jersey you want.
Neck tally. $20 on Eagles.
Let's go. $20 super chat. That gets Nick Talley into the raffle. Nick Talley is a first time super chatter. Nick Talley saying, go birds, fly Eagles fly. This is for Dragon Slayer and Nick Talley. We're going to polish off the beer boot here. 3 beers, 1 boot. 1 more beer bong. And Nick Talley gets in. So I think we can do that Eagles raffle now.
All right, let's spin that Eagles wheel. Nick Talley getting in at the buzzer. Don't go anywhere because got to be here to claim your prize.
Wyatt Maddox. Chase, what is the Venmo? Venmo, Chase_senior. Chase_senior is the Venmo.
All right, here's the Eagles wheel. 12 total entries, 4 people. Jay Brett, Alejandro Maldonado, Slim Reaper, Neck Tally.
Yep.
Here we go. 1 spin. Everyone knows the rules.
Who's going to get it? Is Alejandro still here?
Alejandro.
Alejandro. Let's see if I have his email. I think we have Alejandro's email.
Oh, he's here. He's here.
He's here.
Alejandro's here.
Oh, there he is. So, Alejandro, can you send me an email? chase@chatsports.com. I don't think I've seen your email come through before. So you see it at the bottom of the screen. Send me an email now, and we'll send you that Eagles jersey. Let me know which Eagles jersey you want and the size of it with your address when you do email me. And then I'm going to stand by to see when you send that email in. And you know what? We have 1 happy dad left. Another 50 on either Eagles Now or on the 49ers Report. And I'll take down last shotgun. Last shotgun for another 50. But Alejandro, shoot me an email first. Okay, Wyatt sent me a $20 Venmo. So add him to the Niners raffle.
Wyatt.
Wyatt Maddox. Wyatt Maddox, I'm going to enter you onto the Niners raffle.
In there.
Bang Bang Niner Gang, he said. Super chat with the salute. Thanks, bro. Appreciate that. Alejandro! Another 50! He sends in the 50 on Eagles Now. And let's see. Did you send me the email yet? Alejandro, just make sure you send me that email, chase@chatsports. I'll be waiting for it. And Alejandro makes it rain. Yo, will do. My first time winning a prize. I'm stoked. Will do. Thank you. Go Birds!
Look at that. A first timer.
Anthony again!
No way!
Another 100! We'll send him an Eagles jersey. All right, let me write this down so that I don't forget. So, Anthony, another Venmo. That's for his buddy who wants an Eagles jersey.
Everyone spam DS for Dragon Slayer right now.
Yes. Alejandro Maldonado and Anthony Mondragon. That's awesome. Robert Tunyon signing with the Chiefs.
Alejandro says he just sent you the email.
Okay, cool.
Thank you, Alejandro. Wyatt says, I have to get back to work.
All right, Wyatt. Hey, take it easy, bro.
Wyatt, he's in the raffle now.
Yeah. So let's do the Niners jersey raffle.
All right, Wyatt, we'll do the Niners jersey raffle right now. We got you. Here we go. Who's going to win the Niners jersey? Shuffle these names. And let's spin it.
Who's going to win the Niners jersey?
No way!
Yeah! The last edition, right before he has to get back to work. Wyatt Maddox.
That's awesome.
For the win. That is awesome. I'm going to add your name here. Wyatt Maddox.
That's legendary stuff right there.
That is awesome stuff, man. All right, Wyatt. I'm going to message you on Venmo to see which jersey that you want. Now, keep in mind, when we send out these jerseys, we order them, they get sent here, we'll include a little note for you, and then we'll send them out. So, it's going to take a little while. Promise you, as always, we'll get you those jerseys, though. That's awesome stuff. With Dragon Slayer sending in that super chat, with Alejandro sending in that super chat. Alejandro winning the jersey, sending in another 50. And then Dragon Slayer wanted us to drink. Chip, you got anything left over there?
I'm dry.
You're dry? All right, I'll shotgun here for Alejandro. Or no, sorry, for Dragon Slayer. Dragon Slayer!
I'll chug my water.
Let's go. Woo!
By the way, that was Alejandro's first time winning a prize on his 20th super chat.
How about that? That's awesome stuff right there. That's awesome stuff right there. Negan said, get a Michael Crabtree jersey. Richard Sherman wants that to happen. Oh, man. All right, we're back cooking with gas with that Eagles video.
Good.
5:47 in 12 minutes.
Okay, so not
the
too far.
610, but
No.
we're back. All right, should we stay live? Or should we sign off? Type stay or go. Big Dom is in the chat. Are we saving up for Jalen Carter? Yes, that's the whole reason why the Eagles are trading away C.J. Gardner-Johnson. At least it's part of the reason why. They know that they're going to have to pay Jalen Carter. Next year is probably when they're going to sign him to get ahead of the market, which will once again explode and go up. They won't have to sign Jalen Carter after next season, but that's the best play. They also want to sign Cam Jurgens to a deal, Reed Blankenship. Jacoby Brissett to the Arizona Cardinals. He'll be Arizona's new backup. So Jacoby Brissett will be the backup behind Kyler Murray. All right. Go to 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern. Dave Aldapi. Man. I guess that's another 25 minutes. All right, how about this? If somebody sends in a $25 super chat, we'll stay live for the next 25 minutes and then sign off at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. How about that?
25 for 25.
Yeah, 25 for 25. On either stream, Eagles Now or on the 49ers Report. Now we're 15 away from 300 on Eagles Now. But somebody sends in a $25 super chat. We'll stay live for another 25 minutes. You could also make it 50 if you wanted to. Black Mask, how much are we giving away for jerseys? If you send me a $100 Venmo, I'll send you a Niners jersey of your choice. YouTube takes 30% of super chats, so if you send 200 here on YouTube, we'll send you a Niners jersey. Robert Mason, $5 super chat, so we're 20 away. 20 away if you want us to stay live for another 25 minutes. We'll pop up Robert Mason's super chat.
Here that is. Do you think the signing of Luke Farrell is a creative way to replace Juszczyk? Lots of other teams do it.
Yeah, for sure. I talked about that a little bit last night. How this might signal a little bit of a shift scheme-wise, going less 21 personnel, more 12 personnel. Luke Farrell's a really good blocking tight end. I think that the fullback position is a little bit extinct, or it's at least becoming extinct, because why pay a fullback solely for being a fullback, right? When you can pay a tight end to be a tight end who can also serve as a fullback. And you're basically occupying one roster spot for two positions. And so I think that Luke Farrell can serve as a little bit of that fullback tight end hybrid. I also think that Tyler Warren could be in play, and you can use him in that role, especially with George Kittle entering the final year of his contract. And if you draft a guy like Cam Skattebo, he could do it too. And they serve other purposes. Great one. I agree with you with the super chat cut. It's insane. And you know, it's crazy. 30% on super chats, and then if you use an Apple device, it's another automatic 10. So sometimes it's 40% on a super chat. Nuts.
And that's gone up too, hasn't it?
It's gone up over the years and become worse and worse. But now I'm pretty sure like that's kind of the breakdown. So Venmos go certainly a long way in supporting us. No doubt. Google needs to make their money from Black Mask. They're already making a ton, man. Already making a ton. Ray Amador said, 2 Lukes, we got to hit on one. That'd be a good hit rate.
Are there any good Lukes in the NFL anymore? Luke Kuechly's gone.
Yeah, Luke Kuechly's gone. Luke McCaffrey unproven. Luke McCown no longer. Any good Lukes in the NFL?
Not that I could think of.
Can't think of any off the top of my head. Black Mask. Niners are lukewarm. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Luke Lonely. Oh, Luke Longley, former basketball player. He was on some great Bulls teams. 3-time NBA champ.
He was LUC though, right?
He was LUC. Have the Eagles done anything in free agency? You know what's crazy? 2 days into free agency so far, the Eagles have not signed a player from elsewhere outside of their own team.
Uh-oh.
Big Dom has entered the Niners chat. I'm a Big Dom guy. A lot of people don't realize how important he's been to the Eagles' success. He advocated for the Eagles signing Corey Clement as an undrafted free agent, and then he had more than 100 all-purpose yards in the Super Bowl. And then he helped bring Darius Slay back to Philadelphia. Slay was about to go to Baltimore. And Slay was a starting outside corner for a team that just won the Super Bowl. Niner fans hate Big Dom. Anytime I tweet about Big Dom, Niner fans lose it. It's always fun to trigger people on social media. Black Mask, another good one. We need to have the Jakes extinct from the NFL.
Yo!
Niner fans are just extinct from Jake Moody. You're not in the NFL, Jake Chipper. I don't know if people know that Chip's name is Jake.
Yeah, I don't think that's known at all.
Black Mask, Big Dom is here because Dre is gone. Tested Checo, I hate Big Dom. You know what's funny? Big Dom is like the nicest dude. Ty Man the Buckeye!
Yo!
What's up, Ty Man? He still got that moderator tag. I can take that off you for now. Ty Man! What's up, brother? Niner Mafia, go get Isaiah Pacheco. I'm not sure how much of a scheme fit he would be for what Shanahan wants to do. Ty Man, there's just no need for you to be a moderator right now. The bots don't spam the chat for stuff like this, only for games. So both Ian Rappaport and Tim Kawakami reporting today that nothing is imminent with a Brock Purdy deal. But the atmosphere remains very good on both sides from Kawakami. Interesting. All right. Are we signing off? Thoughts on the Niners picking up Big Dom to replace Hufanga? That's good stuff, man.
Did you see C.J. Gardner-Johnson hopped on Madden on his live stream and traded himself to the Texans?
Really? That's hilarious. All right, we're going to sign off here. A good second day of NFL free agency. What a day on Niners, man. $1,300 in Super Chats on Eagles, $285. Some awesome Venmo action as well. Thanks to the Dragon Slayer for being our MVP of the day. Wyatt Maddox, congrats on the jersey. Candy Winslow, congrats on the jersey. Also, giving one away to somebody who we had never seen before. Lax King. Lax King, an absolute legend. So Dragon Slayer, Candy Winslow, Lax King, Wyatt Maddox, Alejandro. Really the legends of our free agency day 2 coverage. Dragon Slayer is king. Dragon Slayer is king. We will be live tomorrow. Same time, same place. NFL free agency day 3. Don't miss it. If you want to continue to hang out here with us, what we do is different. It's unique, but it's informative, insightful, thought-provoking, entertaining as well. And we're going to continue to keep it humming. If another move happens, we'll talk about it right here on the channel. Until then, we're going to get some food, rest up, and then provide you with some more content here. For Chip, I'm Chase. For the family, we're out. See ya.